Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for, what are we now, Friday, April the 24th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Now, I may have made a mistake in YouTube, so if anybody is in YouTube, can you let me know if you can hear me and see the screen? Thank you, Starkey, in the other room, in the main room. Oh, phew, okay. Okay, guys, yeah, a little bit of a slow start for me today, but as they say, better late than never. Just give me a moment, okay? I haven't looked at anything that's happening. The only thing I saw happening was Intel. My goodness. William, did you hang around for those earnings? I mean, Intel, my goodness. Yeah. I mean, rarely am I going to see Intel or a stock like that. Why a stock like that with 4 billion in the float to be one of the top six movers from yesterday's close? So this is up 25%. That is an amazing move. I see, yeah, MXL also, MaxLinear. Not quite. I mean, it's a huge move, obviously 54%, but at least the float is 81 million. So you can maybe somewhat justify that. But wow, Intel, that is a massive move. There are no miss lowers. Okay. So let me go over. So we've talked a little bit of talking about the MaxL. There's the Intel, but this is a way to play it. If you thought Intel was going to keep moving higher, it's already having a bit of a dip now, but this is the way to play it. Also, not a lot of volume though, 337,000 shares. It's a double move. So if Intel moves up at 1%, this will move up 2%. Okay. But remember, if Intel moves down 1%, this will move down 2%. Fast. I guess this was I don't really remember this one, but I guess this was an IPO a few weeks ago, but I don't really remember this one. Horrible. 33 down to 2 though. But yeah, yeah, my bills. Yeah. Uh, Definitely we know it's an earnings play, but pretty stunning with that sort of a float to move that percent. So cast initiated at with a buy at maximum or put a price target on it. $6 price target. I guess that's the reason for it moving. I don't know what they do. Online video streaming platform. Okay. That's cast. OGN. OGN is also okay. So this is a big rumor, guys. Okay. So they are climbing amid reports of a 13 billion buyout bid from Sun Pharma. Reports indicated that is moving ahead with its biggest M&A deal. See if okay. Well, it looks like okay whether they're successful or not, but it looks like this is in play though. It looks like a German and a Swedish private equity firms are also looking at a potential deal. Okay, so that's OGN, guys. Big move. What's the float on that one? Pretty big float, quarter of a billion. Remember TRT from yesterday? I almost thought this was going to have a big run at the end of the day. Did they do a financing? Yes, they did a financing. They did a financing, guys. $2 million financing at what was the price? They're going to hide the price on us. Whatever the price is below 14. So Well, sure. We have a home scanner. Okay, so I don't know if it's me that was reporting it, but I mean, I typically do. Or were you talking about when I was saying this is going to get halted, and then I got halted? Is that what you mean? Yeah. Okay. Well. It could have been me, but I mean, when a stock gets halted, I'm always showing I'm showing this blue screen. This is nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. So when a stock is halted, you'll see the halt price in red, and then this column is trying to show you where it could open. Okay, it's not a but it fluctuates over the 5 minutes. But if you're talking about how I sometimes say this is going to get halted, guys, it's because when I look at the bid on the ask and it's stuck, and it's a stock that is really moving rapidly, there's no way. For instance, let's just say this wasn't. Let's say the bid was here, 1174. The bid was 1 cent on a stock that was really, really moving, and the price wasn't moving. You know it's going to get healthy. No, it doesn't show a red dot. No, not that I'm aware of, but it's pretty easy to predict. Well, okay. Well, I can't help you there on time and sales, or sorry, in TOS, Swim. I'm using interactive brokers, so SST guys, SST is still it boggles my mind that I'm sure other brokers must have something similar. I mean, it boggles my mind that they don't all do the same thing. SST guys is on the move, so it is above well, we're at the high of 2 weeks ago, and the high of yesterday. It's right at the high of yesterday. Morning shot in our YouTube room. LIDAR, LIDR. Yeah, a little bit of move for LIDAR right now. Again, looking left, the next high is about 197 is there. So that high right there is 197. And then there's a high right there at 208. So for me, there's not enough room. And that doesn't mean it's going to stall at these levels, but there's just not enough room. Now, if we can get through that, no, not really. There's not enough room for me. The next high in the weekly chart is 221. If the next high had been 270, that'd be fine. But for me, not enough room to consider the trade. So one of the big ones from yesterday is getting thumped down. Are they doing the financing? Getting no financing that I can see. I'm surprised. This was a real tough one. I mean, look what it got up to. Got up to 1018. Goes down here at 495. So basically cut in half from the high of the day. And now moving down, thinking, looking here, I'm looking to see if they announce the financing, but I don't see one. Excuse me, SNOA. Okay, so this looks like some kind of a financing for SNOA. If there's any other little earnings plays that might be BYD, Boyd Gaming. This is an earnings play. Not a lot of volume yet. They released earnings after hours yesterday, so the volume will pick up. It's at the 9:30 open, but this is an earnings play for BYD. Again, not a lot of volume. A lot of volume on this one, but it's a really cheap earnings play. But this is a lot of volume on this one, guys. Look at the volume: 7.2 million, 120. Big float for a stock, a $2 stock or $1 stock. AI play. Excuse me, after the company reported better than expected Q1 financial results. So that is SES. I mean, it's, you know what? Possible. The next high looking left on the weekly chart is $1.36. Takes that out, then the next high in the weekly chart is $1.74. So there is a little bit of room on a percentage basis if this really wants to keep going. That's a lot of volume, 1.2 million shares, but the float is big. Yeah, this is the warrant version, right? Oh, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I thought this was the warrant version of, yeah, so ELPW. Yeah, these are the top six, okay? The top six, as I have them sorted. Top six, as in the ones that have moved the most since yesterday's close, with the filters that I've got in place, of course, the price range, etc. So here's the INTW, or this is, I'm sorry, the ELPW right here. Yes, a lot of volume, 36 million, 1.3 million in the float. Not sure what the news is. No shorts available for me on that one at Interactive Brokers. Western Union, okay, let's take a look at what we're talking about Western Union. I don't see that on my, oh, I do see it on my list. Actually, I do see it on my list. Yeah, so volume two, 1.4 million shares. Another big float. That's down almost 10%. Yeah, Western, $8 stock now. I wonder when they started. 1800s? 1851. 1851, Western Union. I think we saw some stock yesterday or this week at 1838, maybe. If not, I'm going to have to call. This is the earliest one that I have found. 1851 for Western Union. And you know, you look at some of those old Western movies set in the 1800s, and they're the Western Union. AAUD. I think I was talking about AUUD, William. The AUUD got up to $10 and it closed down here at 5. So cut in half from the high, but now percent from that close. I think that's the one I was talking about. AUUD. Oh, oh, no. I'm sorry. It's AL. The one I was short in, but you're not talking about that one. Yeah, that was what an awesome short that was. Even late, even got in late. Really, their symbol changed today. You are right. I'm just looking here. That light gray blue is the post market, and there's no trades right now. So you're actually right. They must have changed symbols. Let me see if I can find that. Hmm. I'm not seeing. Yeah, I'm not seeing any information that they changed names, but or symbols. But you are right. E4. Okay, yeah, because it's not loading into interactive brokers. Yeah, I understand why. But it's E4. Okay, EFOR. So how did I'm surprised. Well, I guess if it doesn't load into my order entry, excuse me, in interactive brokers, it's not going to bring up the same. But anyway, here you are. Common stock going to be trading as E4 from ASPN. Thank you, William. That was an earnings disaster yesterday. I mean, that was an all-time low. Just don't see any specific news on it today, but it's been active all week. Really, the SST actually was started getting active about 3 weeks ago for the SST. Now we're getting into that 200-day moving average. Okay, so the 200-day moving average is call it $5. Okay, 498 to be exact. So that could stall it. Okay, that could stall it. That's the 200-day moving average for SST. Now, Intel is starting to slide away, guys, a little bit. Actually, that's a pretty big slide away. I mean, that's gone from about 86 right there to down 82. That's a $4 drop. Hmm. One of my favorites is moving. PBM. That's one of my favorites. You mean the psychedelic? The big one, on this day, and a follow through. But after that, what was the other one? There was PBM, and there was it started with an E, I think. EN. There's another psychedelic that was moving also. Didn't PBM moved a lot better? I do recall now. There's another one. Well, there are going to be several, but there was another one that had a huge move, but it faded most of the day. I'm talking about this day right here. Thank you. Yeah, it was ENVB. Thank you. And then ENVB. See if there's any sympathy with this one. Not really, not yet anyway. Okay. I want to become a neuroplastogenic expert. Man, neuroplastogenic small molecule therapeutics for the treatment of depression, anxiety, addiction, and other psychiatric disorders. I mean, I should make light of that. I'm sorry, but it's just, some of these names, neuroplastogenic. CMPS, you're right. CMPS was another one. Right now, yeah, the PBM is has launched this morning, up 12%. All right, guys, let's look at the SPY ahead of this open, the 9:30 open. So the SPY is up 3 points right now and hanging around the VWAP. There's that important area right there. That's the VWAP. I put the line in my chart. See, Monica, it's not listening to me at all. I'm thinking that it's going to stall right there, but maybe not. LIDR. So the next high is 270. Now, had that not been there, would have been way more inclined. But oh, it's definitely lifting. Okay, Helen buying a target of 350. Okay, just looking to see if there's any specific news. So at the market close at 4 o'clock yesterday, they came up with an announcement that they're going to give their new operations VP 125,000 RSUs under inducement award plan. Okay, I'm sure that's not the sole reason, but yeah, Craig Hallam initiating a buy, initiating. So they're, at least they hadn't been covering this stock before. But it is leading this race. Ugh, you lost half your account. I'm talking to day trader terrible in our YouTube room. We bought a car at average of 420. Um, yeah, I mean the meme is over for this one for a while anyway. I wish this one were shortable for me, the SST, only because the closer it gets to that 200-day moving average, the more likely it'll stall for a while. Here's another one, guys. Another cheap earnings play. Okay, this is Coursera, COUR. Another cheap earnings play, and a lifetime low. Okay, a lifetime low. I got to watch this one. I got to see if it's going to take out five and just keep moving down. I typically don't short stocks this cheap, but I am going to do this. Well, instead of having to watch it, I'm just going to put a price alert around the 490 level and see number one if it gets underneath five. And there are lots of shares available, 15 million. I'm sure that's a rhetorical question, right, day trader? Terrible. Can it go back to 380 at least? That's obviously a rhetorical question because, of course, nobody knows. It could, and it may not. But for your sake, I hope it does if you're still holding on to it. Ooh, 924. Okay. Okay, guys, I'm just looking at some of the ones that won races in the pre-market. Obviously, the pre-market. So there's RENX. See what that one is doing. Not much net. Well, 7%. Excuse me. Okay, guys. Here's another one, guys. I wonder if this is an earnings play. Not an earnings play. KTech. So maybe we're KTEL. KMRK. 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 This is short. Well, only 3,000 shares. Excuse me. Only 3,000 shares. I was looking maybe for more of a bounce play for this one. You don't see the reason it's down. Major, major strategic, major word strategic pivot into hunting and outdoor sporting equipment sector. So what are they doing now? They are a holding company, design, development, testing, and sales of a diverse portfolio of toy products. Okay, so they're going to go into hunting, from toys to hunting. It's like a logical progression. Now, here's the thing I have to do. I keep forgetting to do this for this race. So give me a moment. All right, guys. So just getting set for the 9:30 open now. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. ONMD, let's see what's happening with this one. ONMD. Okay, a pop over a dollar. A pop over a dollar. The next high on the weekly chart is too close, over 12. So LiDAR got right to this level here, 223. We got right to 224. So that's kind of where I thought it might stall. So far, that's where it is. But if it takes it out, yeah, there's room. 270. Not saying it's going to get there, of course. Okay, guys, watching the SPY ahead of 9:30 right. Excuse me, guys. Okay, watching the SPY right here, and so it's right at the VWAP still. So with this opening now, and there's a bunch of Michigan numbers coming out today. Bunch of Michigan numbers coming out today. I think at 10 o'clock. So those numbers can affect the market. Okay, at 10 o'clock, a lot of the Michigan sentiment, consumer sentiment, your inflation expectations, et cetera. So at 10 o'clock, we're going to get some data that could affect the market short term. Okay, now we're open. Just Boy, what a disaster this has turned out to be, hasn't it? This Figma, the Adobe killer? Not really, is it? So Fig, another basically a lifetime low now. Okay, for Fig. Don't discount all that. This was not. This was another company that had that symbol, but this is Figma, and $17 now from a high of a few months ago of 142. This is going to be the Adobe killer. Mm. All right, so this AKAN guy. So this is all to do with cannabis. 2 days ago, it hit 12, 20, a little over 12, 14 and a half yesterday. Okay, so I didn't mention this one. It was under a dollar, and but it's over a dollar now. But SCNI, okay, is this psychedelic? Okay, so it's hovering around the dollar mark. A ton of volume, 57 million have traded already, which only is 12,646 times normal up to this time of day. Okay, look at the volume. So yeah, keep an eye on this one. SCNI. Yeah, the next highs. We have to get through. Yeah, I don't know. It's going to get through all this. Okay, so some of the early movers. So here's it. Not Intel guys. Intel's having a nice move. They've been drifting down. They got all the way down to $80, I think, $81, and then a big $4 pop. Okay, Intel is an earnings play today. Massive move with that float, 4 billion in the float. Right now, maybe a bit of a struggle to get through the VWAP. So TRT did a financing. I could not find the financing price, okay? But you have to see if it would take up the VWAP right there. We're around the 1260, 70 mark. You know, it may have. I just don't. Anybody know what the financing price was? I'm just looking at. Well, it looks like it's around $10. Okay, they're sale of about a million shares, and they're raising 10 million. So let's call it $10. So it's above the financing price. Okay. Yeah, no kidding on the LiDAR. I mean, it didn't, it paused briefly there. And the only news I see, I mean, the only news I see is this Craig Hallam with a buy and a target of 350. I mean, they did talk about this, the new VP getting some good incentives, I guess, but that was at 4 o'clock yesterday. So the only so-called news I see on it is Craig Hallam initiating coverage with a buy and a target of 350. They have that much power, but it's getting right to that. There. Too bad. I mean, I may have taken this one, and I'm not seeing this high right there. If the next high looking left would have been that 270, I may have taken, but probably not. Anyway, it's too early for me unless I took it in the pre-market. You too, how do you pronounce your name? I keep calling you Cher, but I doubt it's Cher. So it's going to be like Sure as in Sherwin or well, so Sure like SURE. Okay, from now on, sure it is. Okay, so have a nice weekend, Sure. or you be sure to have a nice weekend. Look at SST now. Look at SST now, guys. Look at SST now. So what did it get up to? Well, you know what? The power of the 200-day moving average. Okay, that blue line on my chart, that daily chart, that blue line, that is the 200-day moving average. Look what it got to. It almost breaks a penny probably. 497, and the 200-day moving average is 498. The power of the 200. That's why I was saying I was hoping, I was wishing there. I had shorts available for this one, even though it's a cheap one, because I thought the closer it got to the 200-day moving average, it might give us a quick short. And look at this. Again, the power of the 200. Now, does that mean it's going to stall there for the rest of the day? No. But boy, that is I ran into a brick wall. All right, E4. 1891, 1899. That's my bid ask for it. So you are long. So, okay. And wow, look at that. Look at the collapse of this AUUD, guys. Remember, this got up to $10 yesterday? I mean, they're doing a financing at announced. I love these headlines. Announced pricing of a $12 million public offering, and then they don't tell you. But anyway, I mean, this, gosh, nobody held this one overnight. I mean, this guy, again, this got up to $10. Well, if Craig Hallam has this much power, guys, we have to follow them more often. Seriously, So their target of 350. I've seen them. When I say I've seen them, obviously I've seen them with price targets in the past for certain stocks. But I mean that's the only news I can see. Okay, guys, here's a little pullback to the VWAP or OGN. This one appears to be in play. Three countries after them: India, Germany, and Sweden. Looking to buy them. What did PBM end up doing? So got as high as 1040 and then right down to 9. I mean, look at these. That's why I don't like trading in the first 15. Well, this was a pre-market move. I do get that. But okay, guys, ELPW on the move. ELPW on the move. So after the, yeah, I mean, it got into the VWAP and the VWAP sort of held it. ELPW on the move. Just out. Back this up to see where the next high is on a weekly chart for ELPW. And the next high looks like around 480. What did it get up to this morning? It got up to 438. So on a weekly chart, yeah, it looks like the next high is 480. on a weekly chart for ELPW. So there was a little bit of room for it on a weekly chart. Well, our AI likes LiDAR, but it's not going to stall it. Okay, so this TRT is looks like it wants a challenge. Well, I think the financing is around $10. Okay, quick math is around $10, so it's still above it. Atom, Tom, Atom, Atom, guys. This is on the move here for some reason. I've partners with Synopsys over gallium nitride device. We're modeling for radio frequency power semiconductor applications. Okay, so that's your news for Atom. Not a huge float, 37 million in the float. Not low, but not huge. Would it bounce for Q? I don't see Q anywhere, but let's take a look at Q. Whoops. What is that happen? C, U, E. Yeah, not a lot of volume yet, but yeah, from 10 to 16, yes. My guess, oh, it's halted. Okay, it's halted or resumed. Um, I don't understand. I'm getting no, well, it's halted again, I guess. Okay, it's halted again. Yikes. Well, potential open 20. Yeah, right. Well, maybe. I mean, there's no volume yet. Low float. This could be one of those absolutely insane ones. You know what, guys? This could be maybe one of the next memers. Why? Look at the short float percent, 62%, 4 million in the float. I don't see any news on it. It could be just that some group somewhere is deciding, let's pile into this one, guys, with that float and that short float percent. Let's cause some anguish to those who are still holding this one short. Which is what happened, of course, to CAR, CAR. Well, William, down goes Western Union, WU, now making a low, and it is basically a lifetime low, basically. It's like 0.9%, so it's basically a lifetime low for Western Union, WU, but it's right at the whole number. Well, okay, Ben, understand, I'm not saying that Q is going to get to, almost at $800, but it's just one of these ones with a high short float percent, 62% is short, okay, low float. And so it's possible, these I call them the memers, okay? These memers are looking for another one. Car was obviously one that everybody piled into. So CAR has a similar look. I'm sorry, Q has a similar look. Q has a way less in the float, and the short height and the short float percent is a lot more. So I'm not saying it's going to be, but when I don't see any news, I don't see any news on Q, and it's just moving like this. But did they do a reverse split? Because that doesn't look right. It's up 2,800%. This might be is this a reverse split situation? Obi probably knows. I don't see it. I don't see it as a reverse split. But you know that there's no way it's not up 2,800%. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so that makes sense then. Okay, so it's not necessarily going to be like the car. Okay. Did D4 do what William wanted? Yeah. Okay. Well, it's over 19. Remember, this was the ASGN from yesterday. They just. Oh, really? Not too bad, William. All right. What is this market doing? So we're starting to do a little bit of a drift mode right now. Okay. Remember, at 10 o'clock, there are a bunch of these Michigan numbers coming out, so that'll affect the market somewhat. Up or down, I don't know, of course, but a lot of these Michigan numbers coming out at 10 o'clock, so 12 minutes from now, so be aware of that. Oh, okay. So, wow, ENBV got halted on the way up, guys. This is, of course, a psychedelic play. Uh, the high, the high right there is 543. That was the day that, but you know, it was a terrible trader that day, and it got up to 543, and it basically sold off all day. I think the same thing is going to happen, but well, this is getting a little bit of a thumping, guys. NTLA. Let's see if 15 holds. Okay, the low this week was 1450. Let's see if 15 holds though. Okay, maybe we'll get a bounce off 15. Maybe I don't want to. I'm not going to chase it now. Of course, it's another one that's moving down. This is an earnings play. Okay, okay. Now this is an earnings play. COLB is an earnings play. It's underneath that whole number, and it is. I wish it were lifetime low. It's not, but they don't have to be, of course. But the next low looking left is 28.59, so it's a little bit close. If it can take out 28.59, the next low looking left is 27.50. So I'll put a price alert in that area just to see if it gets close. And that's COLB. That is an earnings play. Regional bank, I guess. Well, Intel now starting to Intel, for a stock with 4 billion in the float, it's acting like a penny stock. Look how choppy it is. Look how choppy this is. All the way down to $81, up to $85, back down to $81. Those are big moves with a float like that, 4 billion. Obviously has a ton of room if you're looking to short this. I mean, $64 is the next low looking left, $15 above that close of yesterday, approximately. All right, guys. Well, if you have the AI, we have a re-entry alert for the LIDR. We have to back this weekly chart out a bit. I want to see the high there. That's that 279. The high here 364. High there 299. So between here and 299, I mean, there could still be some resistance. So I don't know. I'll put a price alert just in case it gets to the three level. And that 359 would be approximately the projected the target for Craig Howell at 350. Okay, guys, this is what I'm talking about. That was the re-entry price for LIDR 265. So if you took it around that area, you're not doing badly. 283. Okay, on a percentage basis. All right, NTLA now is underneath that the 15 level, barely. Just wish it was so extended. I'd love to short this one. It's so extended down. I love the break of the 15, but find it's a little too extended. Ideally, for me, if it popped over 15 a little bit and then broke down again. It may not do that though. It may just keep moving down. I'm trying to see if there's any news on it. It is not an earnings play coming up April 30th, but not. So I don't see any news for NTLA. Wow, the NVB exploded out of that halt. Wow. And I'm just going to say it's going to get halted again, and it just did. I'm going to flash this screen up. You see, that's what I mean. A stock that is this active, well, that's sort of a float. And when you see it not moving, you see the bid ask is only a penny. There's no way, and not moving. There's no way that's not going to get halted. That's your sign. But I don't see a red. You're not talking about the red. You're talking about a dot. I don't see. I don't recall seeing anything that is going to actually tell me that it's going to get halted, other than just looking at the time and sales, and it's somewhat obvious. All right, what do you collapse on your keyboard, William, with your nose? I shouldn't say that. You're okay, right? Okay. All right, guys, OGN on the move down, and this is the one that's in play. India, Sweden, Germany. Looking at those three companies, companies within those three countries, of course, looking to maybe take a shot at these guys. And this 13 a mid reports of a $13 billion buyout bid from Sun Pharma, and Sun Pharma's in India, but there are other countries involved too. But moving down through the VWAP. All right, I'm looking at this cash, guys. They don't win a race in the pre-market. I guess they did not win a race in the pre-market. It is the only reason I see it. I have it thumbnail chart on my other monitor, one of my other monitors. So yeah, not as good as I thought it might have been. I thought it was overall this, and maybe it could make a run to the VWAP, but too much in the way for me. So I'm not going to look at it now. So remember, guys, at 10 o'clock, we've got a bunch of numbers coming out from Michigan. We got all these. This is what I'm talking about, in case you don't know what I'm talking about. I put these from the economic calendar. So we've got the Michigan consumer sentiment, 5-year inflation, expectations, current conditions, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So there could be some little bit of action on the SPY at 10 o'clock. No target. I mean, LiDAR has a lot of resistance between the current price and 3. So I don't know if that's not a target, but remember this one from yesterday, guys. This was the earnings play from yesterday. It turned out to be a disaster. I mean, it was huge in the pre-market, got up to almost $10 in the pre-market, and then it faded all day long, actually went negative, and now we're slightly negative again. This was an earnings play, and at the outset, it looked really good. As long as it's working for you, Shaw, great. PBM, guys. So PBM, what did it get up to? I'm going to put a price alert over 10. Let's just see if it gets back over 10. Psychedelic play. Hey, guys, give me one moment. LiDAR is still pretty darn choppy, guys. There's the VWAP right there, okay? The VWAP, it's trying to hold. But again, I look at this and between here and 3, it might be tough to get through 3. We've got cold and boil, guys. So we've got natural gas. So natural gas, this is the short, okay? This is the short for natural gas. So if you think natural gas is going to go down, you can buy this one. Boy, look at the monthly chart. What a ton of room on the monthly chart. All right, MX, guys. MX is just at that magic $5 level. It got up to 514. And we've got to go back to a monthly chart to see where the next highs are. Got a high of 516, so it's it's too close. Then there's a high of 598 several months ago. Well, I'm not seeing anything for me anyway that's really standing out for me that I want to get into. And at 10 o'clock, so all those numbers came out. Not well, I muted reaction so far. Maybe not. Maybe that red bar. I don't know what the Michigan numbers said, but it is now time at 10:03. Is now time for me to go over my homepage. We've tried to make it pretty. Excuse me, Estrella. We tried to make it pretty clear that this is a like a PC based system. When you sign up. But I know some people just don't read that or don't see it, that it's a PC-based system. So, I mean, you're going to run it on a Mac, but you're right, you need AWS or running Parallels or something like that, an emulation program. All right, guys, clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. They tried to make it pretty obvious, but I guess not obvious enough. Let me just see what happens when yeah, I guess maybe it's not obvious enough, and because it says, "Are you a Mac user? Are you a Mac user?" Maybe they should make it even bigger. So if you hover over that, it's going to okay, but maybe that should be bigger. I don't know. All right, guys, we have 3 different promo codes. Okay, so please listen carefully. If you take out a premium subscription, okay, annual, you can get 30% off using my code Barry30. That'll get you 30% off a premium annual subscription. Premium. If you want to take out a 1 month of premium, you can get 25% off using 25 Barry. That's your promo code. Remember, monthly promo for the monthly is just good for the first month only. Okay, first month only. And then if you want to take out a standard monthly or annual, you can get 15%, 15% off the first month only for the entire year. And I have to keep repeating that first month only because people get all bent out of shape when all of a sudden they don't read. Obviously, they don't read. But obviously, I mean, look, how come if we didn't do that, then why would anybody take an annual? Anyway, my soapbox. So all I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. The codes will change from time to time, of course. Why use my code? Because it helps to keep these rooms free. I'm moderating a YouTube room and the main room. So if you're sitting in YouTube wondering what I'm talking about, there's another room called the trading room. It is free also. And why is it important to use my code? Because these rooms are free, and if the company sees my code being used enough, because they track these sort of things, they don't mind keeping the rooms free, okay? Now, this trading room, if you're looking for a lot more interaction amongst traders, this is the room to be in, okay? It is free. If you want to sit in YouTube all day, that's fine. You know, you can just listen to me here and see my screen. If that's what you want to do, that's fine. But if you're looking for a lot more interaction with other traders, come into this trading room. Another bonus, this is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. So well early in the pre-market. So if you're looking to interact with other traders during the pre-market, you can come into this room. Obi, thank you, Obi, he opens the room at 6:45. He's on the East Coast. I'm in Vancouver on the West Coast, so that's why I don't do it. So thank you, Obi, for doing it. I get on the mic at around 9 o'clock, okay, for both rooms, around 9. And then this room, the trading room, when I leave, I usually leave sometime between 2 and 2:30 Eastern Time. This room is open after I leave. William keeps it open, usually. By the way, Obi and William are not required to do this. They're just doing it. So thank you for both of them for doing it. Now, today's Friday. Typically Monday to Thursday, depending what sort of earnings plays there are after hours, William will keep the room open, it's 3:45. But a lot of it depends on you guys, okay? When I say that, I mean, he's going to keep the room open. He wants to see some action, some postings. He doesn't want to be the only person talking to himself. So not talking, but posting. So it's up to you guys, depending how long this room is going to keep open after I leave. Typically, though, on a Friday, it might be to 3:30. So Dragon 888 is saying that Parallel works great with a MacBook, but you're going to get a PC next week. So Estrella, so you don't have to worry about that. Now, keep scrolling down. You click on my homepage link. Keep scrolling down till you see this. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. There you go. So William, he said the room to be open to 3:45 yesterday, but he closed it at 3:15. Why? After 20 minutes, nobody talking. So nobody posting. So it's up to you guys. Okay. Get the room open later, then show a little activity. When I do leave, my screen is still available. Well, I'm still displaying my layout. So the races are still working. So there is action on the screen. But up to you guys. Anyway, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. This is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning, and it's free. You'll get an email with a suggested entry and a suggested stop. How you trade it, if you trade it, is going to be completely up to you. Education. So if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, or you're thinking about it, okay, click on my homepage link, click down to that education section, click on the more info, and right here, getting started with Trade Ideas. So mandatory, if you just take out a subscription, mandatory that you do this. 12 short videos to get you started. And if you don't have the program and you're wondering about it, is this a good fit for me, my style of trading, or will it do what I hope it would do? Well, just start off with the second video, go to the end, Should give you an idea about what our capabilities are, okay? Cannot do a private message. You want to contact me? If you want to, I can private message you, but you cannot private message anybody, okay? The reason being, well, there's a reason for it, but anyway, you can always try is, once you've seen these videos, you say, you know what, maybe I'll give them a shot. You can always try this for a month. If you don't like it, you just unsubscribe, okay? Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos if you're new to trading, 15 of them. Last, if you're looking for the information that I'm currently sharing, you click on my homepage link, scroll down, custom scans right here. So this is what you can see. The large cap gainers is right here. This race is a wide open race. It's a volatile race. It has nothing to do with market cap size or minimum float so this one has some restrictive filters in it. That's why you don't get as many stocks in this one. So you generally do not see stocks moving up 1% in this race. I'm going to go over the race in a bit, but you can get some big percentage movers in this one. But it's a lot more volatile. So if you're starting out trading, it's a little more difficult, in my opinion, than if you're going to follow these sort of stocks. Upside versus downside movers is right here. Okay, a crawl. These are basically taking two competing scans that have very similar filters, the same price range, minimum volume, things like that. And then, okay, with those filters in place, show me stocks that are making new highs of the day, which will be in green, versus the stocks making new lows of the day, which will be in red. Pre-market actives up and down, that's what I use in the pre-market. Pulse resumes is over here. And then I have these four other scans that you can take a look at. I only have this one up and running on my other monitor, the William up down. Okay, I don't have that, but I have a momentum scan, a gap scanner, and the Pepe combo scan. So you can take a look at any one of these. I don't have a layout that I share. I sort of do it a la carte. You can kind of pick and choose what you might like. Now, both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So if you do have questions, you can ask me questions all day long. I'll do my best to answer them. If it's an accounting type question, I cannot. So stop loss, Michael, is automatic. Well, if you follow it, there's always a stop loss, okay? Stop price. So this is how you should, in my opinion, okay? Make it easy on yourself. Following the AI, you should just have this screen, okay? You'll have an alert price and you have a stop price. And how you trade it, if you trade it, size-wise and all, is up to you, of course. But this is a screen in my opinion, you should be looking at all day long. Use it like a watch list. You want to know how to, and the other thing, if you load this screen, uncheck the profitable trades, okay? Uncheck that. You want to see the trades all day long, in my opinion. Plus, if you have the check profitable trades checked, you'll never see the reentry price because the reentry price, of course, is underneath the original alert price, which would make it unprofitable. But you want to see the reentry price. Your share sizing and all that, that should be something that you work on. It shouldn't, in my opinion, it shouldn't be like the same share size every stock. It should be based on how much you're willing to risk on the trade, and that's anything, any trading you're doing. But it's a short, Estrella. It's a short. Okay, that's why it's showing a profit. The S is for short. So enter the short at 1434. So when you're in a short, you want the stock to be below the price you entered at. So that's why it's showing a profit. It's a short, CDS. If you don't, if you don't understand, well, if you understand shorts and so that's why it's showing a profit. It's not a long trade. Okay, makes sense. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, I mean that's fine. You can go to the strategies and only check the long ones, uh, or I guess the filters. Sorry, filters. Yeah, you just want to go all long, fine. But the issue with that, Michael, think about it though. Okay, using this like a watch list. Okay, so for sure, FLG is a potential short, but nothing is. This could have a bounce at some point. Okay, maybe it comes into an area that looks maybe make something up. Maybe the 200 maybe the 200-day moving average is underneath, or maybe the VWAP was underneath. Maybe acting as support. So that's why I would want to see this. I would want to see them all day long. And just because the AI says to go short doesn't mean later on in the day it could turn into a bounce play. But that's up to you. I just use the AI like a watch list. I mean, it's not when you get an alert. For me, getting alert doesn't mean I just pile into the trade. So this is what I'm talking about right here. Look at the reentry for MXL. Okay, so how to get a reentry? So again, if you had had profitable trades checked, you would not have seen that reentry price because it was underneath the original alert price was 57.47. The reentry, of course, is below that, so it would have shown unprofitable. Don't check anything. You don't want. I don't have anything checked. You know, Estrella. Okay, I don't have. But if you check unprofitable, if you check those profitable trades, you're not going to see the reentry. Because the reentry. So how to get a reentry? See, this is still unprofitable according to the first alert, of course, 57.47. It's so you're not going to see this if you check profitable because it's still underneath that first alert. However, you were given the opportunity to take it down here at 56.61. So if a stock now it's actually mildly profitable from the first alert. So what happens is if a stock hits the stop at any point during the day, so the stock MXL, the alert was at 57.47 and the stop was at 55.75. It hit it and then it came halfway. If it goes halfway between the original alert price and the stop price, you will get a reentry. Notice there are no reentries in the other ones because even though the stop was hit for SST, it has not come halfway between 459 and 445. Some days you might not get any reentries. Okay, so even this one, 265, you had a reentry and it got up to 280. I mean, it wasn't incredible from from this area, but so anyway, yeah, using it like a watch list, in my opinion, that's the way to go. That's why we don't. That's why we do not allow automation anymore on it. No, not for several years. The money machine, if it I mean, it's already automated, I suppose. In the, I think you have to. I think you still have to manage your exits. Is Ozzy in the room here? Because he uses it. It's only available in the simulator. I mean, it's still. I mean, I still don't know. I mean, we don't know if it's ever going to be released. I mean, obviously, the company hopes that someday in the future that it will be released. But right now, it is still only in simulation mode, and definitely automating on the entry. I think I don't know if Ozzy, are you around? Because I know you use it every day. I think you manually exit though, right? The exit is automated, really? Okay. Okay. I think Ozzy uses it, but I think he manually does the exit. Well, I'll tell you, it's not for new traders. Now, if it one day becomes fully automated, well, as you're saying, it is fully automated, but is it the right way to use it? Are you maximizing profit? There you go. So that's why, automating it on the entry, okay. But for instance, let's just take ENVB. Okay, let's just take ENVB as an example. Let's just say this was one of the ones in a top list window that you got, and it took the trade. Okay, maybe it took the trade right here, 545. Okay, we're going to pretend here, and it got up to 683, and then it pulls back down to 601, and it hasn't hit your stop. Now, in this particular case, they wouldn't have mattered so much, but it hadn't hit the whatever trailing stop or something on the automated way. Well, the fact that it's moving, but what if it kept moving down from there? Okay, it did move higher. No trader in the right mind, I think. If you got into this trade at 545, especially something that, that's such a low float, and it got up to 680, you're not going to wait for it to hit some kind of a stop that you've got an automated stop, in my opinion. It may take you out for a profit, but certainly not for the, say, what I would call a more maximized profit. Okay. That's why, it's really not for brand new traders. Unless they can really find a way to get that the automated stop, getting it more real world. So okay, so it's sort of working not badly then, unusual tech. Is I see what you mean, the trailing. I mean, listen, there's no way you're going to, when I talk about, maximizing profit, there's no way, okay, you can time it to get out at the absolute top penny and all that. But if the trailing stop, and you're right, it's tighter as it goes up. However, it's taking you out of the trade completely though, isn't it? There's no way you can say set it to take half the trade off or Yeah, so that's an issue. That would be an issue for me because I'd like to be following the wave, and sure, maybe take some off if I see something I don't like, but not taking everything off. But I mean, for people who are completely not used to trading, I mean, if you can make profit even on a trailing stop, maybe not make as much. Well, it's certainly a start. But oh, really, William? Hmm. Now, I could never use the money machine because being in Canada, in order to use the money machine, you really need a commission-free broker. Because if you're going to be in and out of trades all day long, you really need a commission-free broker. The other thing that has not really been accounted for, I mean, it's almost impossible to do right now, is the slippage. We don't know what the slippage is going to be like running it live. It, you can sort of account for it maybe in the simulator, but not really. So that's going to be another major factor, slippage. So I mean, those are all the things that have to get really worked out. Okay, guys. So here's the AKAN. This is a cannabis play. Did it get to $10 yesterday? Wow, did it ever? So guys, keep an eye on this one. If it's holding over the VWAP, it's a crazy low float, 533,000 in the float, ridiculously low. Keep an eye if it breaks 10 again. Okay, holding the VWAP very well so far. Okay, see how that VWAP, that purple line is sort of chopping up and down in it. Oh, and just as I was speaking, it popped up over 10, but it came right back down. But what traders are looking at, of course, is yesterday's high of 1432. I saw NVO right here, NVO. You're still uh, you're still swinging this one. Wow, that's from a while back, isn't it? A few weeks ago, isn't it? Okay, eggs. Here's the high of last month, which is 1748. Too close. Too bad. Too bad. Yeah, I might have gone long on this one, but I mean, and it might take this out like nothing. I mean, 1748, it's at 1735 now, but if it does take out that next high is on the monthly chart anyway, is way up there at 2393. Well, okay, I'll put a price alert on the 1745 mark, see if it gets there, or if it stalls there, it might turn into their reshorting. Oh, I thought it was even earlier than that, William. All right, so Obi, yeah, you're just talking about AUUD, so that got halted on the way up. However, look at this, so halted on the way up, but potential open is in the, there's the halt price, 219. Potential open is 2, so it doesn't, I mean, as we speak anyway, it doesn't look like it's going to pop above that halt price. Not on the open, not when it opens anyway. Okay, guys, AKAN over 10 again, over 10 again. Now the bid ask a little dicey, 1005, 1028. Okay, that is change symbols, as William pointed out. EFOR is now the new symbol for ASGN, guys. Okay, who is he? And it was effective today. So it's EFOR. Yeah, the problem with, I mean, the spread is, it's a little, the spread won't matter if it tacks on a couple of dollars, but I just cannot bring myself to trade it when I see the spread like that. I might regret it if it, just tacks on a couple of dollars. Then that spread won't matter, but I don't know what's going to do that. So yeah, EFOR is the new symbol for ASGN. Ugh, how ugly is this one? Chanson. CHSN got halted on the way down a few times and just absolutely, ah, yeah, right. 90 cents, potential open 11. Yeah, right. Who they trying to kid? Well, ENVB certainly is not trading like it did that first day. Now it's through the 200-day moving average. How's the PM? Oops, PM. PMB. Oh, PDM. Jeez. What's the other one, guys? The one that starts. I thought it was PBM. Yeah, there it is, PBM. So what is it doing? So it struggled to get through 10. It's the other psycho. This one really was good on that day compared to ENVB, but ENVB is having the day today. All right, guys, this is might be interesting. NKR, sorry, NKLR might be interesting. Look at it; it's sitting right on the 200-day moving average. Will that act as support? Okay, will it act as support? I'm just looking to see if there's any news on this one. It's not an earnings play. Had earnings the 16th. Italian company. Okay, we don't see too many Italian listed company or Italian companies listed on the exchange, but this is an Italian company. But will it hold the V? Will it hold the 200-day moving average? Too bad. We're going to take this one if the 200-day moving average is the actual, well, it doesn't have. So I don't know what this line means anymore because it hasn't traded, I guess, 270 days or something, or whatever the minimum is to get a 200-day moving average. So I don't know what that green line, or blue line means really because we don't have data here. But the next low looking left is 660 or so, a little too close for me. I wish the next low looking left was down here at 590. I'd probably be taking this one right now as a short with a stop around the 7 level. Pfizer's on the move, guys. Pfizer, PFE. That's a big move. Big move, big float, 5.6 million. Big move here for Pfizer, PFE. Bristol Myers, Pfizer to offer blockbuster blood thinner through Mark Cuban's online pharmacy. Okay. Beginning April 27th. Okay, that's on Monday, I believe. So that's the news on PFE. Is Bristol Myers VM? No, what is Bristol Myers? BMY, BMY. So let's see if BMY is moving this. So Pfizer is definitely moving percentage-wise anyway, more than well, yeah. Pfizer is moving percentage-wise better than Bristol Myers off that news. That's right. It's a nuke. Of course, it's a nuke. It's obvious. It's so with the rest of them, how's NLR doing? Yeah. So NLR, that's the. This just doesn't trade very much. This is sure. It was an ETF designed for uranium and the nukes. It just doesn't trade very much. Like 59,000 shares. That's it. All right, guys, let's go to our sector status channel and let's see what what the best sectors are, the worst sectors are, the best performing stocks, worst performing stocks in the various sectors. So I'm going to click on new from the toolbar, click on dock to channel bar, and these are all theme-based channels. Okay, I'm going to click on show more and go down to the sector status. I think Pepe had some internet problems. I hope that's the reason he's not been in. I don't think he was in the room yesterday. I was paging him, but I think a couple of days ago he said he was having some issues. So wow, big move in the semis, guys. Big move in the semis. So these are some of the sectors in this top list window, okay, that we're following. Not every single sector, of course, but SMH. Those are the semis. XLK, of course, tech. But look at the semis. Semis up 4.1%. I wonder, is Intel part of that or MXL? But anyway, so and let's go to the bottom, probably silver. Oh, no, it isn't. XLC Communications. So communications is right now the worst performing sector, down 1.6%. Healthcare, XLV, etc. NLR. Where's silver? What's silver doing these days? Yeah, nothing. So at a glance, you can see what the top sectors are and what the worst performing sectors of the day are right now as we speak. And here you can take a sort of deeper dive into these are the we have 11, not every one of them, but we have 11 of the sectors here. So for instance, you can look at energy. 70% of the energy stocks that make up XLE are down for the day. BKR up for the day. What if it's an earnings play? It is an earnings play. BKR is an earnings play. It's up 4.9%. Okay. Why? It's an earnings play. So obviously whatever they released look pretty good. You go down to the bottom here. What's the worst one? Always, yeah, that's what I thought. Internet issues yesterday. Okay, you're okay now though? Okay, good. Okay, sorry about that. So you can go through each, look at this one, XLC communications. Basically 90% are down. 90% are down, okay, for the day. But here's a couple that are up for whatever reason. NWSA, know. But let's go to the bottom. What's the worst one? Is that charter? Okay, wow. 20% haircut. This is that's an earnings play, CHPR. I don't look at these because they're over the price limit I typically trade, but this is a big move. Look at the float for Charter, only $86 million, 86 million for a $200 stock. And CMSA, that's Comcast, right? Comcast, not an earnings play, but look at Charter. Wow, now I see why you were talking about Charter, William. So this is, for some of you, this might be the only thing you look at in trade ideas. For some of you, you might go right to the sector status. You might take a look at, the strongest sector, the weakest sector. We'll dive into some of these. Check out the stock that's up the most versus the one that's down the most, and maybe find a way to trade them, even if you have some trading experience. Okay, that might be the way you're using. You can also pop any of these out. For instance, if I wanted to, and which I have done. Here's how you can pop something out. Is what I mean. If I right click and you see where it says, okay, it's supposed to say duplicate into free floating window, but it says duplicate in this case. Okay, so I'm going to click on duplicate, and that's what happens. It should have said duplicate into free floating window, but if it says duplicate, then you see now it's free floating. And that's what I've done. That's why I have a free floating window. It's part of my layout, so I can just at a glance take a look at. But if I wanted to look at, say, I want to look at one of these sectors today, or a couple of them, and that's all I want to do. Buy shop. That's all I want to do is maybe follow a couple of these sectors. So let's say I wanted to follow energy. So if I right click on it, so again, it's supposed to say duplicate into free floating window, but it doesn't. But okay, duplicate. So here is where you can now take this and massage it a bit. Okay. For instance, you may not like. You can now take it and click on configure. Maybe you only see there are no filters here, but maybe you only want to see stocks between 1 and 100. Maybe a minimum volume today. I don't know, 200K. But you see what I'm doing? I'm taking it because you can do it from within the channel. You can make all those changes from within the channel. But the minute you leave the channel, those changes are not saved. When you go back, they're not saved. The reason being is that the channels are for everyone. So the fact you might want to make some changes, that is not necessarily what everybody else wants. Okay, but you can take you can, and this goes for anything you see in any one of these channels. You can pop it out, and then you can kind of make it your own. Okay, hopefully that makes sense. And then you can follow it the way you want to follow it. In other words, if you don't want to see, if you only want to see stocks between $150 or whatever that is. Ah, okay, good. It's just a program that kicks in, PJ. Okay, it doesn't. It's just a program that program. It's nothing scientific, and it would have worked a little bit. But that's all it does. All it does is generates the reentry if a stock hits the stop at any point and comes halfway between the original alert price and the stop. That's all. That's what happens. So you can see. I mean, do they all work? Of course not. But in this case, look at the MXL as an example. 56.61 on the reentry, 58.40 now. I mean, do they all work? Of course not. But sometimes what I like to do, if I can, gosh, I know I say this every day, if I can pay a lot more attention to this, I would probably just wait for reentries. Okay, but it's just it's just math. Okay, and notice, there are 4 alerts today from our AI. 2 of them don't have any reentries, even though they both hit the stop. Okay, they both hit the stop. Well, not this one. I'm sorry. SSC has hit the stop. 459 was the alert price. 445 was the stop. So the only way you're going to get a reentry is if it comes halfway between that 459 and the 445. It could happen later. It could happen later. The same thing with the FLG. This is a short. Well, this is worked. Okay, so this worked from the outset. A short at 434, 1434, but down to 14. The only way you're going to get a reentry if it hits 1477. But this has worked from the outset. It did not hit the exit price at all, or the exit, the stop price at all. It's nothing highly scientific. I mean, just halfway between the original entry price or the original alert price and the stop. Well, also look at it another way. You're getting in at a better price. This one on the entry was 57.47. Now you're getting in at a better price. But again, do they all work? Of course not. You're right. Every stock is different. And MXL, a lot of the AI alerts, not all of them, of course, but especially during earnings season, they are earnings plays. And so, usually a stock that has earnings is going to be active for the most of the day. Oh man, Poet. When I looked at it last, I was looking at a potential short for Poet, but look at this. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. So this is a lifetime high now for Poet. to resist the. I mean, had I seen this, a little pullback, a little pop above, holding the top of the cloud, you know, opportunity to maybe take it around 1478. Well, the last winner was TDIC and then nosedive. Yes. So somebody said that ARM is an all-time high. ARM the stock. So if you think ARM is going to continue to move higher, what's the volume like? Plenty of volume, 2 times. So ARM the stock must be up at least 13%. Okay. So and this is an all-time high. Yeah. And when this came out, there was a lot of excitement about this one, and you know, it's been hard to hold it the whole time, but it was got up to 191, down to $84. But anyway, there's ARM, all-time high. But the ARM G is a way to, if you think, it's not a recommendation, but if you thought that ARM the stock was going to continue to move higher, you can buy this one, and you'll get double the move. So if ARM the stock moves up 1%, this will move up 2%. But remember, if ARM the stock moves down 1%, this is going to move down 2%. And ANVB just got halted on the way down. Okay, on the way down. Yeah, I mean, guess what I'm doing my video on today, guys? I mean, I like to talk about the reentries because I just don't think people still know enough about these reentries. Do they all work? Of course not. But I mean, look at the reentry now for the MXL. So if you had taken it right when you saw it, that was at 940, and you got stopped out. Let's see what happened actually at. I want to see what happened. So you actually would have made some money even if you had taken it off, even if you had taken it from the original alert price, okay? 57.47, because before it came back and hit the stop, it looks like it got up to, $60. And then it came back and hit the stop. And then it came halfway between. So you could have made money both ways, okay? But if you had made money the first time and then got out, with a profit, you could have got back in. Or if you didn't take it the first time, you just wait for the reentry. And that's a great run. I mean, from 56.61, there's a $5 run. That's a great move. Boy, this is a great run, guys. I mean, it's still powering ahead here. 80% move, 81 million in the float. So it's not high, certainly not low. But that is a fantastic move, 80% move for I remember trading this one, was it last week or the week before? But as you know, most of you know, I never hold anything through earnings. Never, never, never. So obviously this was not a beat raise, William. A beat raise for MXL. Well, it was, but but you didn't find it that impressive. What was, oh, okay, a beat miss raise. Okay. So what we're talking about is when companies release earnings, probably the three key metrics: earnings per share, revenue, and their guidance. Okay, like a company may have. Remember now, the earnings is always based on the previous quarter. So they may have had a company may have had a fantastic previous quarter. Revenues are up, earnings are up, etc. But if they guide poorly, if they say, but we may not look as impressive next quarter, who's going to buy the stock, right? Now, does it is it 100% that that's going to happen? Because look at I think that guidance is probably the most important. Well, they're all important, but I mean, even if a stock doesn't have a great quarter, but if they're saying, you know what, though, guys, we've got a tremendous backlog in orders and is looking great for the upcoming quarter, that'll get people interested in looking at the stock. So if you're here in the pre-market, William does something very nice for us. He looks at a lot of these earnings plays, and he'll list the ones that are a beat raise. So those are the ones that probably should be followed all day long. Now, does it mean for 100% that they're all going to move higher? No. I mean, they're probably already popped in the pre-market. It doesn't mean when the market, at 9:30 that they're going to keep moving higher. No. But certainly, a stock that has a beat raise probably has a better chance than one that has a miss unraise or miss lower. Yeah. I mean, look at that. Yeah, there you go, GB. So the revenue guide, so you're talking about the next quarter. Yeah, the guidance for the next quarter is 160 to 170 million versus the consensus of 137. That's huge. That is huge. Oh, what a catastrophe for another one of those China stocks, so William. Okay, one of those China stocks went to nothing. CHSN. All right, so here's the NDB. Now, best thing we can say about it, if it can get back over the VWAP. Now, it'd be a 40-cent move, but it's a pretty big sell-off now, from $8 down to 6. It's a pretty big sell-off, so it may be over. Not shortable for me, an Interactive Broker, so I can't take, I mean, to me, it obviously looks very weak, broke down through the VWAP, was halted a couple of times on the way down, but a great move on the way up, for sure. Who was the guy that took that? Said they took a lot of stock at like 20 cents or something. It was a few weeks ago. I don't know if that person is still in the room. There's one of those worthless stocks. I think you're right. I think it was OCG. I think you're right. And that person was talking about it. This paying has been okay. What is the next high looking left? 29.74. So a little bit of room on the monthly chart for paying PENG, guys. A little bit of room for PENG on the monthly chart. This is not an earnings play, but it has been really good. I mean, it's almost a lifetime high. I guess that is a lifetime high. That monthly high right there, that is the lifetime high for it. Missed it. Missed it. I was going to take. I was interested. I wanted to take it because I haven't had a trade today, and I wanted to. Somebody said they were having problems with ID. I've never had a problem with ID on taking trades, but I wanted to take that one, but I missed it. I was trying to get it at 29.18, and it's not because of IB's fault. It just ran a little bit. I don't want to chase it now. So this one was under a dollar. Started under a dollar, 94 cents through the well, okay through the 200-day moving average. So I never know how to answer that question. Okay, I am what I've got checked is Mosaic. Okay, I know there's another one that says Classic TWS, but I've got Mosaic checked. MXL guys, I can't wait to do my video on this. I just tried it. This is a great move from that reentry. I mean, it says 9%, okay, but it's actually going to be more from the reentry price. I mean, more like 10%. I really like this short, this short, but I'm holding off. Look, yeah, I mean, the next low on the weekly chart is from our AI. I mean, another really good one from the AI in the short, 1434. You can see the y-axis, 1434. That was the alert price to short, 1387 now, and it's right there, that 1380. I wonder, 1460, 1382 is the next low on the weekly. So, will that hold it? I don't know because, breaking that whole number 14 is pretty tough, and it's an earnings play. So another bank, Another bank, another one we had earlier was COLB. How's that one doing? COLB, not from our AI, but another regional bank that was getting hit. Yeah, but it had a bounce. Guys, this TRT, yeah, it's looking a little interesting. Okay, we think the financing is done around $10, so it hasn't been punished as severely as it could have been, like getting all the way back down to 10 and under. Okay, so a break of 13 might get this running again. It's over the VWAP. Okay, this is okay. This one might be strong. I'm going to take a look at this one underneath 29, maybe if it gets underneath 29 for a potential short for the PENG. So all I do is just put a price alert and see if it hits it, and then I can make up my mind. Okay, now this figs, guys, this is interesting. I mean, look at this now. Okay, underneath 17, yes, it had the pop. Underneath the VWAP, yes, it's up. Well, it's up. It's up for the day now, but it was down earlier. So I want to see how well I feel. Well, there's the VWAP 17. Okay, so I'm going to watch to see how well it pulls underneath that VWAP. I might take this short, maybe around 1682 or so if it gets down there, and then just put a stop around 17 and see if it works. Well, it's popping. Okay, so okay, well, that's why I waited. So I'm going to put my price alert under here, right around 1688, and see if this is just a brief blip up. The VWAP is 17. me a moment, guys. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, sorry, guys. I just was talking to. No, I did not trade AUUD. I haven't made any trades. I was trying to get. What was I trying to get? I'm trying to take something. I can't even remember what I was trying to take, but it ran away from me a little bit. Okay. I'm talking to somebody in our Slack thread. Okay, let's take a look at. Okay, ENVB. Is it? No, it's not. It is not looking good still. Okay, I was thinking maybe it was moving above the VWAP by now, but no, it is not. It has not. So not looking good. Looked great early. It's still at 44%, but starting to really fall here. So what I was doing, I'm begging the company to. It bothers me. I just bothers me. I don't know why the company does this. You know, when you load this profitable trades as checked, you would have never seen the reentry for MXL. Never. okay? And I keep asking them, to take that off. I know they're just, "Oh, you should only show the profitable trades." Yeah, but the reentry is so can be so excellent. If I were, if I attended Dan's, Wednesday, I'd get in there and say that. Makes no sense to me. Why are we hiding this? You know? 'Cause the thing is that you get a sound alert when you get the original, alert price, and you'd get a sound alert also on the reentry. So why are we burying that? And again, the reason I harp on this is that there are some, some would be me, who would only wait for reentries. Now, again, do they all work? Of course not. But to just wait for reentries, never mind the first alert. No, sometimes on the first alert, it's gonna work extremely well. But but I would rather wait for reentries. Some days you're not going to get any, but I just really like the idea of waiting for a reentry. You're getting at a better price, and you look at it. Just look at it this way. Maybe the original alert was just a little bit early. Okay, and it's setting up again at a better price. Boy, Peng is just awesome. I mean, Peng and now is approaching the all-time high. PENG. All right, guys, I'm back again. Okay, maybe take a look at Cast, guys. I mean, this has not been a great continuation play from this morning. It had a big run in the pre-market. It's still up 24%. I did not see that. Okay, so keep an eye on what I did not see that. I'm not trying to hide it. $6 a share by Maxim. Okay, they put a price target. I didn't see that in the pre-market. It was in the pre-market. Okay, but they're whatever they are reiterating it. Okay, so this is $2 right now. Now, just because somebody puts a price target of $6 doesn't mean it's going to get there. Okay, The the VWAP is certainly far enough away, may act as a bit of a magnet. What's the volume like? The volume is, well, obviously great, good volume, pretty low float, 14 million in the float. The problem with it right now is that it's just, the volume is dried up. I mean, there's, 30,000 shares in this, but it is just sort of dried up now. And that's the CAST, CAST. What does it look like on a 2-minute chart? Are we at least getting some blue? Nope. Maybe on a 1. Little bit of blue on the 1. Okay, so there's your little bit of a transition, but you've got to go to a 1-minute chart to see it. It's sort of flatlining. A little bit of, remember, the blue would mean maybe signifying a trend change from the weaker trend, orange, to the stronger trend. But you've got to go down to a 1-minute chart to see that. Boy, this is what I'm looking at. 208, 209. I mean, it's just not moving. Give me a moment. I will be back. Okay, guys, sorry, I'm back again. Man, sorry, guys, I'm getting frustrated here. I missed out my buy on TRT. Had the alert, and I was doing something else, and I just missed my buy on it. I don't want to chase it right now. Ugh, it's now really moving here. Yeah, well, okay, this is what I see, Ben. I mean, I would wait. I mean, there's the VWAP, okay? It's not that far above it. Personally, I would wait to see if it took out the VWAP personally, okay? Because it's at 413 and the VWAP's at 429. So you're pretty close. And the volume is, it's not, I mean, was that 606.61K or, but yeah, I would want to wait for a VWAP break. Maybe put a price alert a little above it and just see if it gets there, number one. Why is Peloton moving? Why is Peloton moving? PTON? Ah, here we go. Congresswoman discloses hundreds of thousands in stock trades. Maria Elvira Salazar. Is this legal? Is she doing? I mean, she's disclosing it all, and I don't know if that has anything to do with Peloton. Boeing, Citigroup. I don't see Peloton in here, but it must be in here. Pretty active. Anyway, Peloton is moving here, guys. Not allowed to talk about TRT, Obi. Not allowed, okay? Oh my goodness. What am I doing? Ah, getting really frustrated here. I was trying to get the cast. It finally did make a little move, but I don't want to. I don't want to. I wanted to take it because I don't know how much it's going to move, of course. But I wanted. I was trying to get it at 212. I could do it now, maybe. Oh yeah, cast is horrible. If you're saying somebody's saying it's down like 94%, 94%, all we're doing is, of course, looking at it, today. This is not like a great company or anything like that. All right, guys, I do have an alert set for this figs at around the 1680 mark. Let's see if it that had a nice move up here though. Actually, I was trying to underneath the VWAP again. It was right at the VWAP, right at the VWAP. Just give me a moment. I don't use Markers Plus, but you know how to change the color of the numbers. I don't know if it's if you can do that. Let me just see. So you're talking about the red and the green. That's what you're talking about. I don't think there's a way, but I don't see. I don't think there's a way. You're talking about changing. I agree. I find that the red on black is hard. Is hard. So Pepe's saying no. Okay, Pepe's saying no. He knows, but I also find red on black is not the easiest thing to read. So don't email them. The only thing you might want to do if you want to email them and say make a suggestion, that, is there any way we can change the colors of the prices in Brokerage Plus? I agree. I find that red on black is very difficult to read. I mean, it's readable or legible, but I mean, obviously the green is way easier. That's why a lot of my scans that I used to, I don't have that many anymore. But for instance, here, okay, I've got I put it in pink instead of red for that very reason. This is a low, and where I would have it red, but I'll have the background red, and then the numbers in so it's easy to read. I would not want to have though, the black background and the red numbers. I find that difficult myself. So maybe send an email and say, hey, listen, can we, will they do anything? I don't know. I think Pepe might know if they'll do something. Well, Adam, guys, okay, so there are shares available for me. You're saying you're not wanting to. Kind of stop you wouldn't short. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's from your scan here. Okay, guys, Figs. Now, what time is it? 11:35. I'll be taking a break pretty soon. You know what? Just leave it alone. All right, guys. AIP. What's the volume like? 529,000 shares. Spread is not great. I want to take this one. Well, of course, I'm looking to go long these at the beginning. I know you're looking at short opportunities. I don't like the spread though. 25.90, 26.11. It's a terrible spread. 21-cent spread. So I just can't do it. All right, guys, it's now 11:37. I'm pretty sure it's going to be Andy Lindlaw taking over for me in our YouTube room in about. He's just telling me now. Yeah, he's just confirming. So he'll take over for me in about 20 minutes. Okay, in our YouTube room. Okay, spread is tightening up a little bit for the AIP 2610, 2614. Let's look around 2610, see if it gets back up to that level. Okay, guys, sorry, I'm just sort of staring at this AIP to see if it gets back over 26. Hmm, like that. Well, 2605, 2616, not terrible, but well, it's too close to my break. I mean, I cannot take this. I mean, it's looking a little bit better. 0816, talking about the AIP. Adam, too quick on the upside. Yeah, maybe it was on the downside on the short, but no. Well, let's take a look. Where could this go? I mean, so this is the news on it. Oh, we saw this news earlier. We saw this news earlier. Yeah, this a collaboration with Synopsys to advance gallium nitride device modeling for radio frequency. We talked about that one earlier. Boy, nice. I mean, very nice. 37 million in the float. Not high, not low. Where is the next high? Now, the next high in a monthly chart is 1072. So we back the weekly out just a little bit and see where that. This was this month. This was back in a year ago, over a year ago. Okay, February of last year. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to chase. I mean, I just don't want to chase it. Nice if well, if you're in this one, I don't want it to pull back on you. But if it came back down to the 8 level, which would be sort of the top of the cloud, like the wave, like on the 5 minute chart, it may not do it. And there's the VWAP. The VWAP, that would be a big pullback if it got down to the VWAP. VWAP is at around 735, so that would be a big pullback. It just looks like it wants to explode. It's acting like it's got less than a million in the float. A moment, please. I want to load something. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I will be right back, okay? Okay, guys, I'm back. Look at AIP now, guys. I mean, the spread is still not great, but boy, it is just making its way up. Time is it? 11:47. It's gonna be a tough afternoon for me, guys, perhaps, in terms of being able to maintain concentration in the room. So Andy's going to take over for me in about 12 minutes in our YouTube room. Okay. Okay, Errol, nobody in this room is a financial advisor, okay? Um, eh, and I'm certainly not going to tell you what to do because I don't want because if I said, you know what, you should sell half your shares now or do, and then it pops up $100 on a Monday, I don't want to be held liable for something like that. So I'm not a financial advisor. Now, somebody else, maybe they're going to have an idea for you, but nobody, but I mean, Nvidia, of course, Nvidia is such a powerful stock and all, but I'm going to bow out. I'm not. I cannot even. I'm not even going to make a. I mean, it's almost a lifetime high again. Okay, there's no. Well, idea. I mean, you're. I'm not a swing trader. Okay, I'm not a swing trader. So you invested in 1924, 2024. I'm not a swing trader, so I have no idea. But others who might be swing traders, but you're looking at obviously a very strong stock. Still, it's almost at an all-time high. So, I mean, nobody knows if it's going to go up later in the following months. Okay, I mean, but it's a strong stock. I mean, it's had a great run over the last few weeks, and it's approaching the lifetime high again. Understand? I'd love to say that I cannot do that. I cannot do that and say, well, this is what I would do. I would sell half my position in case it's going to stall at the high that the lifetime high. And then Monday morning you wake up and it pops up $50. So, but I'm not a swing trader, so I'm 100% the wrong person to ask for something like that. William, I mean, I resurrected your scan. I don't remember when it was, maybe 2 or 3 days ago. But again, I know you don't use it the same way. But boy, I'm not sure. I can't really remember why I wasn't using it for a while, but some of these moves are just awesome. I know you trade them the other way, or you try to trade them the other way, but wow. Yes, I have this on don't repeat. Okay. So yes, the alert I had anyway for Adam was at 11:30 Eastern time, and at 7:50. You're right, mid seven. Tesla may go red. Wow. So it's under 400, right? Mhm. So using this like a watch list, I mean, how many do I have here for the, you know, I delay it until 9:45, number one. So, I was looking at this LPTH as a potential bounce, 1471, 1628 now. Yeah, I remember now. It's just using this like a watch list. Now, this one, maybe bounce worthy, the QS, okay? Maybe. The high rate or the VWAP is around 750. It's trying to curl. You can see that right here. So let's see if it has any, maybe the VWAP will act as a bit of a magnet, but it's so close, 11:55. I better get my announcement up. Okay, guys. So on a break, haven't gone yet, obviously. Put the YouTube link in. Just waiting for Andy to show up in our YouTube room. Okay, and now mute my music so that if I hear a little pop, and he enters the room, I'll hear it. All right. Was lidar a pump? Well, so I mean, anything that it depends what you mean by that. I mean, there are people all over the world who might traders all over the world that might have looked at that lidar, and it's just a trade. Whether we label it a pump and dump. I mean, it had Craig Hallam put a $350, $350, $3.50 price target on it. I just don't label things. I mean, you just trade what you see. I mean, is it a pump and dump? Sure, I guess you could call it that, but because it dumped, but it could have kept moving. But so many of these low floaters, that's not a super low float. I mean, it's 44 million in the float. But some of these low floaters, of course. I mean, is there any reason why a stock, I'm not talking about this one, of course, well, 35%, but is a stock up 100%? No. Based on any news you might see. Typically, no, unless it's some incredible news. So it's just a trade, I mean, you just look at the things and you're trying to determine, okay, and does it have room to move on a daily, weekly, or monthly chart? Is the wave still solid? Is it still a solid trend? And then when it starts to turn, you start to take some profit. Yeah, I mean, we could say the whole market is a pump and dump. Everything. Just I mean, referring to Neural Bliss in our YouTube room. Okay, guys, I am watching this QS. The longer it holds, I don't think LiDAR is shortable for me. Oh, shoot, there were shorts available. I did not realize there are shorts available. Okay, guys, just waiting for Andy to show up. He'll take over for me in our YouTube room from 12 to 1. Boy, super strong still. I see why you didn't want to short it, William. There are shorts. There are a ton of shorts available at Interactive Brokers anyway. I think I heard a little pop, so I think Andy is in our YouTube room right now. So, guys, I'm going to take off for about an hour, muting myself in the main room right now. So, Andrew Lindloff.
Hey, Barry. How are you, buddy?
Hey, Andy. How are you?
Doing good.
Hey, Andy.
Oh,
man. So,
what have you been? You've been doing a lot of shorting lately, it seems. You've been doing a lot of
what's
shorting.
that?
Have you been doing a lot of shorting? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah, I mean, I just look at things. I don't care whether, and even our AI, I mean, our AI has long opportunities, short opportunities. I don't mind going in the opposite direction. I mean, it depends on what sets up. It's really that simple. And and a lot of these stocks, I mean, I just don't have any faith in a lot of the. Look at it. Did you see Intel this morning? Did you see
Yes.
INTC this morning?
Yes. Yeah. Guess what? I sold the rest of mine yesterday.
Oh no. Well,
it had a huge run up going into earnings, and what do you do?
You wake up and it's up $40. You go, what? Not 40, but you know what I mean. But
I know what you mean.
So, for a stock that has 4 billion shares in the float, it's not smooth.
No.
Right now, in my opinion.
No.
I mean, it gets down to 80, gets up to 86, it gets back down to 80, up to 84. I mean, you would think it'd be a little more smooth with that sort of a float. But
yes, you do, man. These semis, it's really frustrating because I'll be a lot of good setups, but if they're not a semi, they're just kind of just hanging out, not doing much. It's
and look at the semis. I mean, SMH is up 5% today.
Yeah, That's where all the money's going. Now
Yeah.
also sold my rest of my Marvell yesterday, so I made some okay money on those two. But it's like, gosh, I should have made a lot more. It's just
Yeah.
you're not used to these kind of runs. I mean, look at this. I mean, look at that. I mean, I was in from like 89 or something like that. I bought it on that day right there.
Oh, right, right.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I guess the rest it wasn't that bad selling the rest of mine yesterday, but yeah, I didn't have enough for that whole run. You just, I'm scalping out all the way up, and it's like,
Mhm. Well, it's just hard to trust,
well, how do you know
what
this time is the time to sit on all of it? Because
yeah,
how many
exactly.
times have you got this move and pulled back, get yanked down? It's like, oh,
Yeah.
they're way overdone though, man. They really are. They need a rest.
Well,
But
yeah, it's still amazing, isn't it? I mean, the market's basically almost at another all-time high. What, 716 for the SPY, I think, is an all-time high,
yep,
1716, something like that.
yep.
So it's 1713. But anywho, I will take off now, take my break, and we'll see
Yes,
you at
take your
the
break,
network.
man. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
Thanks, Andy.
Take care, buddy. Bye bye.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the support webinar. My name is Andy. If it's your first time in here, and we'll be talking stocks today. We'll be talking software. If you have a software question, we could be talking charts that you may want me to look at. It's it's been kind like I said, it's been a night. Those two semis, but other than that, it's been a grind with some of the other stocks. But and especially, Bitcoin. I gosh, that thing is just so hard. I've been probably one of my better trading stocks for the year. But boy, I would like for this thing to really get going and not just sit here and creep and crawl, creep and crawl. It's not like the good old days when let's put it on the weekly and just take a look. That'll be a really good. Uh, Now I feel like it's bottomed, but you would want something. Look at these moves, back over here that you got, in a couple of weeks, 2 or 3 weeks, and then now, boy, you're really really lucky. Actually, looking at that weekly, this IBIT's right pinned right under that little 20. Interesting. But anyway, I'll go through as we're waiting some of the things that I'm in right now. Let me put it back on the daily here. Oh, I probably could have just let me do that. So we'll have the weekly up on these charts and our picture in picture here. Just flip it over like that. And that way we can kind of keep an eye on stocks and where they may be in the weekly. All right, just going down the list. I've been in this ABTC for a while now. My entry price now is nowhere where it was. It was closer to where Steve got in a little bit. I think maybe 8 cents higher, but nonetheless, I've been in and out. I'm not like him where he just sits in it. So that one I've been in for a while. It looks like to me, uh, it feels like it wants to tag this 10. So it may just kind of go sideways. Maybe on Monday we get that 10 tag and it can go. Coin, I've pretty much been trying every day. It just keeps kind of setting up like it wants to go. As a matter of fact, that was a pick today. Uh, but until it does, until Bitcoin gets a decent move. This DXYZ, I've been in it with Steve, pretty much the same price, trying to get this to go. Mara, I just jumped in today at 42 cents, just catching it on the downdraft. Uh, Scalped out of half already. Catching stuff off the 10. That's where I find my, probably, best position. It's like this PDYN, I caught it down here at the bottom of the range. Now, I don't know if it's going to do anything, but it's kind of a safe buy down there. Once it popped 27, I bought it. Silver, I jumped in. Just I like the way it held that 20 period moving average yesterday with a kind of a bottoming tail. That's something you can build off of. In it at it's at 68, 64, so just barely in the money there. Not a whole lot. Like I said, a lot of this stuff is just not a whole lot going on. SVM is one that's I've been noticing. This is one of the better uh, uh, gold miners that has been holding up the best. I just like that chart right there. But once again, it's like I said, if it's not a semi, it's really hard to go. SYM been in for a long time. I may have to give up on it today. Just if it doesn't regain that 20 period moving average, got to drive down today. I don't know what's going on. I don't think there's any news, but yeah, it needs to regain that 10 period moving average. I probably let it go that level. And nah, I just I added to it this morning, so yeah, I may have to let that one finally go. Tesla is kind of being Tesla, just a dog. I held that into earnings, and I may be letting what little I have go here. If it doesn't hold that 20 period moving average, and Zebra's another one I've been in for a very long time from back over here, and scared me yesterday. It needs to hold that 50 period moving average. But I think that's about it. And I'll probably be looking to scalp some of this as I see the market getting a little bit weak. And of course, Bitcoin is like rolling over a little bit. I tell you, I may because this huge run up you're seeing, in the market it's all semis. Okay, so you want to keep an eye on the semis. Okay, because it's not like you'll get some rotation for sure, but if the semis don't hold up, I think you'll start seeing some cracks in the armor in the market. Maybe we sell off for a little while until another sector can take control. But might want to keep. Gosh dang this atom. There's a semi that little semi that I passed on that pullback today. Boy, I wish I would have been watching it right there though. And the other one is Indy. So people are going to the junk semis now. I missed this LPTH again today. Today too, but oh well. Well, that's about Microsoft. That one I've been in forever. I'm still holding out hope for this. I actually got stopped out yesterday. I had some really nice gains, and the problem is I added through this level, and of course when you do that, you hurt your average pretty bad. So that because that was breaking the trend, that was breaking the long-term downtrend. Just everything looked good, and I think the only reason they got hit is because of IBM's earnings. But hey, Microsoft is not IBM, so be looking for a bar reversal maybe to add to this. But all right, uh, that Clean Spark is having a real good day, so that's another reason I bought uh, Mara on that pullback today. I just thought it was a good entry. It's hard when you get up here to these levels. The market just keeps growing, and you're like, you never know when that pullback's going to come. Let me see here. Let me pull up my. Yeah, I know those are doing well. Excuse me just one second. All right. Yeah, Intel. Yeah, this is. It didn't do like the others, at least, because it did have a huge run up. Because who was it? Texas Instrument yesterday. That was just. Gosh, it's just semis are just crazy, and you can see they're getting tired now. So maybe we'll get some sort of rotation into some other stuff. Hopefully Bitcoin, but maybe get a weekend move. Yeah, this one's just going to be a scalp. I don't see this going anywhere. Let's see if any China stocks are doing anything over here. This Neo pulled back the other day. I was in a breakout. That's one that I scalped. Just put alert. It's probably just trading on Tesla's weakness as well. Yeah, it's things is just a sloppy mess today. And the chart looks good. It may want to come back, and get close to this 10 period moving average again. Who knows? But I do know that all these little miners want to trade with it. Take a look at the other big boys real quick. You guys let me. I must have Steve, because last week I was in here and I wasn't getting updated in my YouTube chats, and I apologize to anybody who may have been throwing out some comments or asking questions. All right, let's take a look. Nvidia, of course, another semi having a good day. Amazon, did it break out to all-time highs today? Yeah, it sure did. It's kind of why I don't want to give up. Microsoft is one that may even want to hold a little bit into earnings when they have it next week. I think I saw the other day where it was like 86 million or something like that of options for long call options were bought on this. Oh, that's right, Mara, just all the way back. It was just sloppy. A lot of stuff is still just trading with oil too. I noticed, when it sold off, Bitcoin got a bounce and the silver stocks got a bounce, gold and silver, but now it's bleeding down. Let's get a race going. Yeah, monster move. I haven't cleared the decks in forever. I just may clear the decks today and come in, start day trading on. Not everything. I'll, definitely keep keep a few things that may be working, but a lot of these stocks are just slopping around back and forth. Like I said, it's just a semis run. Wasn't there you go. There's another semiconductor. Yeah, I do not want to ride it down. I can always get back in, but I really don't want to ride this thing down to 200 because it probably wouldn't stop there. It'd probably come all the way down to this little ledge right at the 20 period moving average, and I'm not in the mood for that. Even though I banged out some good profits, I just like, oh, Michael Anthony. Yeah, RCAT. I was in that the other day. You know what? If you see areas of support like this, yeah, that one may not be bad. It may want to go down here and tag this 200 day to this level over here, but that's the kind of stuff it's been working. It's either you don't buy things in the middle of the range like I do with like I'm doing. Well, coin actually today, I got a reason. It's got that 10 period moving average underneath it. It's holding. Now, if it does break that, I may have to get out of it. But as IB, it looks like it wants to go to lows here. Piece of junk. But no, what's UMAC doing? They're all kind of on lows for the day. Ons is definitely probably holding up the best with a couple of bottoming tails right there, but that one's pretty tricky. RCAT, it's hard to say, because uh, with this pattern that is happening right now, you do have the 10 period moving average right here, and this is kind of a level that it broke through. So if you're willing to give it a chance, this might not be a bad spot because you have this backstop of the 10. Now, if it does break through that 10, it's also breaking through this, 1 hour support level. So not a bad area here because you have low risk. You're looking at 1208 right now. If it breaks 12, you get out. If you're or give it a few cents, maybe 1196 or something like that, or the low of this bar. But it definitely be uh, a scalp for somebody, because the daily looks horrible. Let's see. Andy, Kishore says, Andy, I had a question on a scan. Adam, for instance, what sort of filter combo would have picked up Adam either at the open or ideally around 11:30 candle? Uh, yeah, I think when you say that, so that probably you're on probably on the East Coast, so that's 10:30 my time. I don't know if an NR7 would have picked that up or not. Uh, but you can always get creative on something like that. So let me show you what you can do. You can let's just build a top list real quick and kind of show you what you can do. Okay, so it's up 38%. So you're talking about a stock that would have been up about, let's see, gosh, six. Let's just put in 10 cents. So start from scratch. We're going to go to filters and we're going to do change from close 10%. And what I'd like to do, see on something like this, you're talking about a range from its opening day range. I'm sorry, yeah, opening intraday range. It went from like oh, 6, 7. So it's probably pulled back 50%. So let's just do this. Let's type in range. Today's range is what you want to use, percentage. And you can add filter. And let's just put in, to be safe, let's do 40 to 60. And I may have to adjust that. Let's do price $5, relative volume. Uh, we'll just put 3 just to make sure. Most of them 3. Add some columns. And today's range. Okay, so this one that's in here right now is OKLS. I should have done probably a yeah, that's not working. Why would it say today's range? It's at 54%. Let me do this. Let's do a let's go into historical date and we're going to use so 1030. So let's do 1030. Let's see if nothing's coming in there. Let me see here. Okay, so that was already 10. Okay, so 10:15. So let me do 10 o'clock. Hmm. Well, let me just do this. See, sometimes you just got to keep working around with these. You start playing around with this stuff. So what we could do is not put any filters in there, and we're just going to use today's range as a column, and we'll do list single symbol atom. Ah, and we'll go to a time and go to 10 o'clock. Oh, my bad. I'm supposed to, totally my bad. Keep that over there. And we're going to do position in days range is what I wanted. Sorry about that. Position in range. Okay, it's 55. That should pull up in there. I'm not sure. Let me make sure I'm not doing anything wrong in here. Configure. Oh, because I got position in range. Gosh dang it, it's so stupid. Okay, this is better. Bear with me. I'm going to build you something decent once I can get it done here. All right. So now we have stocks that are meeting these parameters. Okay, so we got E and BB. Okay, there you have it. Okay, it's today's range is so it's going to give you these stocks that are pulling back, that are up big, huge, and are but have pulled back. Now it's not going to use the range is going to include yesterday's close. Intel is in there. There's Atom. Okay, it still has the 10 o'clock time in there. So there you have it. You could do something like this, Keyshore. And what'll happen is as you're watching this, they'll just populate in here, in real time. So when you look up there, you'll see Atom, and that's where it'll be trading right there. So you're looking at a stock that is up, big, still up 13% on the day, but it's pulled back for you. And now there's nothing I can do to like, I mean, I could do a today's range and minimize to make it like it's tightening. If you wanted to do that, I would just use this and just kind of go through them. And as they populate, then you would see, oh, this looks pretty good. It's going sideways. I could use today's range and use a maximum of like 3% to assure that they're wound tight like that. But the problem is you may just barely miss it. It's really tough if you do that. But if you use something like this, it's going to alert you on stocks, that are, in the middle of the range. So Intel, no, I think it is going to use today's. It's not going to use the close. So Intel, when it came through earlier, was right in the middle of it. Oh yeah, oh yeah. This is at 10 o'clock. You would have seen this at 10 o'clock my time, so 11 o'clock uh, your time if you're on the East Coast. So this would work. Uh, let's put it on real time to see if anything is happening right now. APPF. Okay, there you have it. It's right in the middle of its range. It's at 47, and it's above its 50, something like this. If you're looking at it, just like you probably do with Adam, you're like, well, that's interesting. If it gets above 170, let me just stick a price alert in here to alert me if that happens. So I'll share this with you. Now you can always play around with it. You can go in there and, use a maximum if you don't want the price to be, really high, if you're just looking for lower price stocks, or there's other things you can do with it. But this will give you an idea. The position and ranges are very, very powerful. And I use them a lot with my daily, looking for daily setups. That's how I found a lot of my daily setups. That's how I found, what was it yesterday was, uh, Irene. Irene's actually kind of pulled back a little bit, but let's give it a name, and I'll share it with you. Let's call it up big, pull back to mid range. We'll call it. And I'll share it. And there you go, Kishore. You're welcome. You're welcome, buddy. All right. Somebody else, I missed something earlier, writes, Batia, I am a new user and want to set up an alert, but it is grayed out. I am using remote Windows machine on Mac. Yeah. Uh, what are you using? Parallels? Yeah, it sounds like you're not. Are you getting any data at all? Like if you go into a channel and click on a channel, are you seeing data in there? What you probably want to do, Batia, is go to our website, just uh, trade dash ideas. You just go there and enter the chat. You'll see a little chat blurb on the right side, and Chris can probably help you with that. If you're using, I don't know if you're using AWS or uh, I got to stand up. Hold on. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry I missed that. Thanks, Peppy. Uh, yeah, if you're a free user, I'll show you what you have access to. You don't have access to the software, okay? What you have access to is the dashboard. And I'll just go ahead and drop it in this link in there. Yeah, that's what you'll have access to there if you're a new user. But okay, still a lot of slop and a lot of stuff. So although the feels like some of these miners are firming up a little bit, but just back and forth, algo churning. Hmm. Rig coming through the alerts. I'm not sure what's going on there. Just all right. SYM is trying to dig in and move higher. APPF. Oh, that's the one we just saw on our scan that we created. Pretty low volume. Not too bad though. Tradable. Whatever happened to sound? Sounds maybe one to watch out for Monday. So yeah, it's catching that 10 period moving average, may push it through. Hymex, another semiconductor that may trying to break out here. Ah, geez. Can you testing 1, 2? Looks like it's still working. Open is coming through the races. Doesn't look bad. A little bar reversal after bouncing off the 10-period moving average. Not any serious volume or anything. It's just in no man's land. That's the problem, but it is. You had a move earlier and then you pull back to that 10. I've seen some little piss hand oil and gas companies coming through. Tizu had earnings the other day. I tell you that QS is what it just nasty. It got a lot of people yesterday, and then probably the same people probably thinking, "Oh, today's the day," and just got hammered again. It's Riot doing quiet Riot. Yeah, at least it's up on the day. Like my entry in this Mara for sure, but I may have to nurse it over the weekend. Check something real quick. Yeah, OIHs. Isn't that something? Everybody wants to jump in with when the oil's going at high, and here they are running with oils, oil going down and on lows. So it's pretty. Yeah, yeah. I got a pretty decent halt scan called halt resume. And there you have it. I'll show you what came through today. So there you have it. The green is resume and the red is halt. Is anything in particular, Peter, that you wanted to look at? And I'd be happy to share this with you if you're a subscriber and you want it. But it's a good one. It's just a multi-strategy showing when a stock halts and when a stock resumes. That car is getting down here to the 50. What what a what kind of crap do we have going on in these markets? Where Avis budget runs up to 800 and something dollars. No, I'm sorry, no level 2. We don't have level 2. You should be able to get that with your broker. What's Hertz doing? Hertz come down to the 200-day. They're usually one and done. I know a lot of people, when you see a stock that has done this, be careful trying to like buy pullbacks because they have this just insane, no logic, run like that basically from, $100 to 800 something. When they're done, don't be careful trying to like buy on the 10. It typically just goes all the way back from whence it came. I know it's tempting to think, oh wow, it can run back up to $800. Hardly ever do that. It's done. Boy, there's for the market to be up as much as it is over the last few days, and a lot of stuff has been really boring. Now, unless these things, I'm going to be is to stay in these miners, Bitcoin miners. I'm not going to get out just because they didn't do anything. So maybe sitting over the weekend and hoping for a big Bitcoin run. Yeah, open, still coming through. Yep, that didn't work. Guarantee you a lot of people bought that little breakout, and I saw that and I was like, no, I know what's coming here. What do I think of blocks? Yeah, this is some sort of ETF, income ETF. Yeah, it's something that I wouldn't trade this. I mean, it's a good looking chart. You're above its 10 period moving average. If it's something you like, you're not probably going to get a huge move out of something like this. But it looks good. You're basically really close to 2-month high, but yeah, I mean, the chart looks good. I would want it to hold that 10-period moving average. You can see this rising 10-period moving average looks good. It could get through. There's no real resistance. Maybe to about 17 area, 1720. But so yeah, there's it's just not a whole lot of volume, and it's probably going to be a creepy crawler. Just it's not going to probably explode, but I can't say that chart looks bad. There you go. Position in 30-minute range, minimum 75, much higher. Okay. Uh, yeah, be careful when you're using those because you may. It's great that you did it and you're seeing some quality stuff in there, but sometimes you might filter something decent out that may not be in that. So if you don't want to use position in 30, but no, that'll work. If you could just use a 30-minute range, not position in range, as a 30-minute range, and just use like a max of a percentage max. Like you don't want to see it moving more than 0.5% or whatever like that, just so it's not moving a whole lot. It's in a pretty tight wound 30-minute range. Yeah, I have a let me show you one I have. It's called and I'll share this too. It's a pretty good one. It's bull bull flag intraday. And I'll show you how I create these things. Gosh, there's a lot in there. But let me just show you what I've got. Configure. You kind of got a lot in there because you have the market bull flagging right now, basically. But what I use is 30-minute range. See this 30-minute range right here? I use a 0.3 percentage. Make sure it's pretty tight. You can actually lower that. So maybe I'm seeing too much right now. So let's go in here and get a tighter range. Just drop it down to 2. Okay, we chopped off some, but and this is stocks that are, you know, definitely bull flagging. You can have an up move and you got them going sideways. Uh, but I'll share this one with you because you can look at the filters and see how I kind of created these things. 30-minute range, position in previous day's range. I want at least, I don't want something that's flagging right in the middle of yesterday's range. So I kind of wanted it upper end, maybe about to go through, taking out yet the previous day's high. And this one right here, I just need to change from close. I could always make that higher, but yeah, let me share this one with you because you'll get some good ideas looking at it. And I also have one, I'll throw this out there as well, because I also have one daily bull flag daily setup. There you go. need to make sure. I need to start using that daily one for my trader eye. Uh, Get rid of that before I do something. Look at something and do something stupid. Found a little pop. And I just talked about that sound, and it looks like it may not want to wait. But no real big volume. But that's definitely a juicy one for Monday. And I want to put an alert in that and see if it can get going. Mr. Barry.
I am here, Andy. I don't know if you want
Yeah.
to answer that. The last question, is there a
Oh,
way to see the filters and scanners you have created in the platform other than sharing it?
sure.
I
You can.
apologize. I'm new to the TI Pro family.
Yeah. That's a great idea. Just go to the dock channel bar, right? And let's say you want to look at explosive winners. Well, you can come in here and any scan that we have in here and just there's that sound. It's not going to wait for me. Uh, right click in the scan. Oh, this is a multi-strategy, so you'd have to go to the strategy itself. Oh gosh. And
Yeah.
anyway, you can right click in any scan and go to configure and see the configuration that we have in there. And just go to filters and you can see everything. Now, Barry, remember that doc that we had that was showed all of our favorite scans? Is that still around? Uh,
Um, our
Remember we put
favorite
it
scans. Are
together?
you
Yeah,
talking about
we
the
had
one
it.
in the channel bar, like the
Is
Trader's
it?
Vault or something, or the?
Yeah, is Trader's Vault still around?
It is, but well, not in the dock channel bar. But let
Okay.
me, I'm not going to open it, but let me see if it is still around. The
Yeah, let me see the other
Trader's
one.
Vault is. I'm just looking here. I'm just looking in the old channel bar.
Yeah.
I do. Yes, it is. The Trader's Vault
Okay.
is still around, but
Okay, good.
as you know, don't click on it, otherwise
No,
your
you know
layout's
what?
going to disappear.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. So
Oh, okay.
I'm going.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to show him. So come in the
Okay.
channel bar and come to well, there it is. Trader's Vault. Find the little key and you click on it, and this is going to have a bunch of thumbnail scans in it. And uh, what you can do is a lot of them. And these are some of our favorite scans. So all you have to do is click on one of them, and you could pull it out, expand it if you want to take a look at them. Gosh, I haven't looked at these in a while. There's some really good ones, and then you can just right click in it. And you can go to, gosh, I keep pulling in strategies, configure, and look at the. Yeah, so check those out. There's some good ones in there.
All right, Andrew.
All
I
right,
will
buddy.
take over now. Thanks
All right.
for the break.
You're
Have a nice
welcome, Barry.
weekend.
Yeah,
And
you too, buddy.
we'll see you next week.
All right. Have a good one, man. See you guys.
Okay.
Have a great weekend. Bye-bye.
Okay, guys, I am back. Just trying to get my layout up and running. All right, I've taken over the guys. Just give me a moment, okay? Okay. Um, okay, give me a moment, guys. I just have a couple things I have to do before I take completely over. Okay, so I am back in both rooms. I'm gonna get my music going. Yeah, and get rid of the announcement. So Peter Martinez, okay, on Thinkorswim for almost 15 years. I use WT. Just give me a moment. Just give me a moment, guys. Okay, sorry about that. So think your trade ideas first with well, I don't understand what you mean. I don't know what you mean, Peter Martinez. I mean, I use Interactive Brokers, so I don't know what you mean. Guys, I'm having a little problem with our pad here, so just okay. Okay, William, I take your consideration. Okay, guys, when I leave, I leave. William's not going to keep the room open anymore. Okay, so when I leave for the day, that's it for the day. Guys, I have to take off for a bit. I have to might be gone for about 15 minutes or so. I'm going to put my announcement up here. Okay, so I'm muting myself, guys. I'll be back in maybe 15 or so. All right, guys. Sorry about that. I am now back. For how long, I'm not really sure. Yeah, thank you, Pepe. We do not connect. If you're talking about, yeah, we do not connect via Brokerage Plus, okay, to Thinkorswim. But you don't need Brokerage Plus to trade unless you're talking about auto trading or anything like that. You don't need Brokerage Plus to trade, okay? We have what we call, if you're still in the room, Peter, we have what we call an external linking tool. So if you click on tools and external linking, notice that I'm connected to Interactive Brokers. And that's where I trade. I don't use Brokerage Plus to trade. Okay. When I'm connected to Interactive Brokers, what that means is that when I click on a symbol, any symbol I see in trade ideas, it will go into my order entry. Okay. It'll go into my order entry into Interactive Brokers. You can establish the same link, okay, with, well, at least I'm assuming you can still do it, right, Pepe? You have to look at that video, but you can establish the same type of external linking link with Thinkorswim. So you don't need to use Brokerage Plus, okay, to trade. Does that make sense? We don't, as you said, we don't offer an API, any API for Thinkorswim, but unless something has changed, we can still establish a link with Thinkorswim so that when you click on a symbol, it's going to load into your Thinkorswim platform, and that's where you trade it. Okay. So I think people got the. I'm not just talking to you, but I think people think that, well, if the platform doesn't connect to Brokers Plus, then I can't use trade ideas. No, we're a scanner first and foremost. Okay, first and foremost, that's what we are. We're a scanner. So you can use this with any broker. It's just that it makes it a lot easier, for a person like myself who's clicking on many alerts all day long, to be able to establish a link so I don't have to type the symbol in. That's all it means. Okay. And there is a video, I think I finally saved it. Yeah, so here is the video. I did save it. Okay. So there's the video to show you how you can link trade ideas. Well, there's no API. Okay, there's no API. Okay. I mean, in theory, there's an API that we have with Interactive Brokers and all, but there's no general API. So, okay, just as just as Pepe says, we do not offer an API for Thinkorswim, but you can connect to it. What I say is the maximum number of trades should be for a 60-day window per strategy. Are you talking about in the odds maker? I don't use the odds maker at all, Darch, but I mean, I think you'd want to have a minimum of probably at least 100. Maximum, I don't know. I mean, if you have 2,000 trades, I would start paring it down. I don't know what the maximum number would be. Okay, I mean, if what are you talking about? Auto trading? That's if you're talking about auto trading the strategy. You know, I mean, I probably I don't know. I mean, I'd say I'll cap it off at 150. Okay, but understand that I don't use that at all. So, well, I would say 500. Yeah, I mean, you're talking about auto trading, so that means okay, 60 days. You're talking say 150. Let's say let's make it math easy. 180 trades. That would be three a day. Okay, Peter? Are you trolling here? There is no API with Lightspeed. Oh, I'm sorry, Lightspeed. There is no API. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was pointing for spam. No API. We don't offer a general. We don't offer an API, okay? We don't offer an API. I'm sorry, I thought you were saying that I think or swim again. Understand, I don't use it, Darch, okay? But well, you tell me how many trades you want to take a day. I mean, that would be an average. I mean, it could be one day you take 10, one day you take there are three. You know, I mean, but on an average. But I couldn't tell you what a max would be. You know, really, it would be up to you. I mean, how many trades are you wanting? You sound like you're somebody who wants to take a lot of trades every day. You know, so that'll be up to you. 'Cause you're talking about auto trading, right? And again, I've never auto traded and I never will. Well, guys, that TRT, you know, this has been a sensational trade today if you took it because this they did a financing, okay? They did a financing at I'm going to say around $10. Oh, just give me a moment. Whew. Okay, that was wild, guys. That was wild. On the TRT, you know, I had a price alert set right here at 16 and just went a little bit above it. And I was lucky enough to, I mean, I didn't get the fill I wanted to at the price I wanted to exactly. But boy, oh boy, this is, I haven't seen something like this for a while. I mean, they did a financing of $10 or so. It dropped, didn't get really close to 10. And now look at it. I'm talking about the TRT. Look at the volume that came in. That was all about the volume that came in too. It almost went too fast for me, but now let's see if it pulled back, what would be a good pullback area? I mean, this is right now, this is an all-time high, TRT. Pretty cheap stock, or cheap to be an all-time high, but that's what we have anyway. So getting back to your question, Darch, I mean, how many trades per day are you comfortable with taking? And that really tells you your answer. Oh man, go 1870, $19. What a crazy run. Did they have any news yesterday? I can't remember if they had any news yesterday. Ah, here we go. Well, I don't believe this has got anything to do with Intel. Okay, they're just saying that semiconductors are trading. Well, I mean, it is a semi, but I don't. I think it flies under the radar. You see how parabolic it is. I mean, it's not even not touching the top of the wave at all. Very parabolic. So if you were able to get into this one, you know, I would have taken some off for sure. Okay, good. I'm glad I answered the question then, if you're comfortable taking it. But some days it could be more, of course. If that's just an average. Talking to Darch in our YouTube room. Because you can't know 100% over a 60-day period how many trades uh, are going to be on each individual day. Of course, it would just be an average. Whew. This is like yesterday, guys. My first trade yesterday was later on in the day, and I got extremely lucky with that one, but with the TRT, luckily I put a price alert earlier in it on it. So, Obi, I don't know if you want to keep the room open. William is not going to be doing it anymore, keeping the room open after I leave. So, I don't know if you want to keep it open after I leave. You certainly don't have to, but just to let you know, I don't mean just today, but going forward. So, all right, guys, FGI could be interesting. Look what it did. It came into the VWAP, came into the VWAP. VWAP held. It's over 10 again. The high yesterday was way up here at 1249. So, if the high today was 11, so it could be one of those. And what it is, and it's a crazy low float. So, yeah, keep an eye on this. If the volume comes back, we could have another sort of a late day surge for the FGI. Okay, I'm going to put a price somewhere around 1026 to see if it. Make sure it's clears 10 in a fairly substantial way. And look at the float. I mean, crazy low float. All right, guys, one last look at my homepage for the week. We're done almost this week. All right, so clicking on my homepage link, and as always, at the very top, here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. We have three promo codes going right now. If you want to take out an annual subscription for our premium service, you can get 30% off using my code. If you want to take out 1 month with our premium service, you can get 25% off using my code. Remember, monthly promos are only good for the first month only. First month only, okay? So after that, it'll revert or it'll go to the full price. And then standard monthly and annual. You can get 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Well, I ask, use my code if you're going to take out a subscription. It helps to keep these rooms free. Company tracks the use of the promo code. So if they see my code being used enough, they don't mind keeping these rooms free and moderating the YouTube room and the trading room. Okay, both rooms are free. If you're sitting in YouTube, this is a more act, and you're wondering what this room is. This is free also. More active though, it's open at 6:45. Number one, more traders are in here, more interaction amongst traders. It's also open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So if you're looking for coming into a room that has action in the pre-market, you can come into this room. Thank you, Ovi. He opens it up at 6:45. I don't. I live in Vancouver, so too early for me. But so thanks to Ovi, that's what he does. I get on the mic both rooms at 9 o'clock. Now I'm going to take off usually between 12 and 1, unless Obi wants to keep the room open. And I'm not just talking today, Obi, but going forward. When I leave, I leave. That's it. William is not going to keep the room open after I leave. Okay. Education. Oh, wait a minute. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can keep scrolling down. You can sign up for the trade of the week right here. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Okay. You'll get an email and it'll outline a potential entry and a stop. How you trade it, if you trade it, is up to you. And then education. Okay. Here is if you click on my homepage, scroll down a little bit, get to that education section, click on the more info. And if you've just taken out a subscription to Trade Ideas, first thing you must do, 12 short videos to get you started. Excuse me, if you don't have Trade Ideas, you can start off with that second video, go to the end. That should give you an idea about whether or not it's something you might want to try for at least a month. Monthly subscriptions, of course, can be canceled at any time. But on ELPW, guys, it is on the move. ELPW on the move. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Okay, free series of videos, 15 of them if you're new to trading. Little noise in the background. I know my wife is working from home. Okay. And last, if you're looking for my scans, here they are. So click on my homepage, right? Middle section, custom scans, large cap gainers here, wide open race, a more volatile race is here, upside versus downside movers here, false resumes here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. Excuse me. And I have this one up and running, the up down 25 cents. This is the Williams scan, what I call it. I have that one up and running on my other monitor. It's something like this. And I have three other scans that I'm currently sharing. You can take a look at them if you'd like to. So I went through that pretty quickly, but if you have any questions, I'll be here for probably at least another half hour. So okay, guys. So that ELPW, that must have won a race before. Yes, it did. Won 6 races. Yeah, look what it's doing. Okay, it is trying. I mean, it's trying to get through that VWAP, or it's coming into the VWAP so far, acting as resistance. Okay, FGI still struggling to get through that 10. But again, this could be one of those late days, guys. Seriously, as long it keeps trying to hold the VWAP area, that purple line any you can see right there, trying to hold that, acting as support. But if it crashes through, it's probably done. Oh, there are some shorts available. 1,900 at Interactive Brokers. I heard Andy talking about sound when he was in YouTube. Sound down? Yeah, he was talking about that one, SOUN. Give me a moment, guys. You know, there was a pretty good opportunity to buy this one. I'm looking at the 5-minute chart. See how it popped up, came back down, kind of based. I guess that would be called a little flag, and then a little move here, and so you could have got into this trade around 807 or so, with a stop just underneath 8. I guess a pretty tight stop. Kishore? Are you still in our YouTube room? All right, how about Shimur here? CC is just over the whole number. A little bit of a base it's breaking out of. The wave is still positive, but let's take a look on the monthly chart. Where is there any sort of resistance? 24. Okay, we're over that. So wow, it looks like at least on a monthly chart, 29.21 is the next high. Of course, not saying it's going to get there, but at least there looks like there's a little bit of room for CC to run if it wants to. This AIP was a very it was a challenge with the spread early on, but boy, it had a nice almost a $2 run from where I first saw it. I just couldn't commit to it. So right now, the spread, it's okay, 68.79, not perfect, but it's certainly a lot better than the 30 or 40 cent spread that I was when I first saw it. That's for the AIP. SRAD, obviously semi. No, it is not a semi. Excuse me. I thought it was going to be one of those semis. Sports Radar Group. There's the old Swiss flag. So yeah, it's headquartered in Switzerland. Okay. This AOSL, guys, AOSL. So Adam's getting maybe interesting, maybe a potential short, guys, because look what it's doing. It got down through the VWAP, popped through the VWAP, coming back into the VWAP. Will the VWAP hold it? Will it act as support this time, or will it take it out on the way down? And if it gets down to 834, you would think, you would think, that it is probably going to have a turn down, because that's kind of acting a little bit of support on the 5-minute chart. For Atom, yeah. What are you talking about, Atom? ATOM? Yeah, I don't know. We have 1.2 million at Interactive Brokers, so certainly lots. There may be more other brokers, but I don't need all 1.24 million of them, that's for sure. Pretty big short float percent. Interesting, 14%. I guess Shore is not in our YouTube anymore. All right, 5.9. Let's take a look at this one. 5.9 FIBN, way over the VWAP. So that's not actually, it's not way over. Yeah, it looks more dramatic but it is not way over. But a dime over a dime over the VWAP. That's okay. Let's see if it holds 16. So this is not an earnings play. Problem with a lot of these, the volume is just dried up. These unless it's a super low float, generally speaking, the volume is just dried up. Oh, GNTX is an earnings play. Did not know that. GNTX is an earnings play. Look what it did. Another one right into the VWAP. Right into the 200-day moving average, guys. Right into it. A blue line right there. Stopped it in its tracks and moved down. Guys, I'm just looking at some past scans. I'm going to bring back one called the Bouncers Toppers. I want to see what it looked like. You might be interested in this. What it's looking for, stocks that have either topped out or bottomed out. And the operative word is May. Okay, so if you see it in orange, that means that. So now, the last okay, well, actually fairly recent 145. That's what it's looking for. Okay, stocks that may be overbought. based on certain metrics. And William, I saw you talking about CMCSA Comcast all day long. You should have demanded that I have it up and running because this is a beautiful short, great, nice price range. Okay, so what this is. So if it's in blue, it's looking for a potential bounce. If it's in orange, it's looking for a potential top. Boy, this is what a run. Not an earnings play either. Unity, of course, has been beaten up last few months. A couple 3 months ago was a $51 stock, got all the way down to 17 last month. That little red line you see there, that is actually that little red line right. Well, there it is. Okay, no guesswork. That's the next high looking left. 2680. So there's a little bit of room for this one to keep moving, but it's pretty extended. The idea may be to short this. All right, guys. Now 149. So again, I'll probably be taking off around 2 o'clock if there are no questions. And when I take off, unless I haven't heard from Obi, I don't hear from him, and then he doesn't say he's going to keep the room open after I leave. Then I'm shutting the room down. Okay, William is not going to keep it open, so I'll be shutting the room down when I leave. I'll always say later if you have questions, though. So ask away if you do have them. Well, your NVO got a little choppy on you, William. NVO, I took out the VWAP, and then you came back up. Lost sight of the fig is uh, is doing now what I was kind of hoping it would do a lot earlier. Oh man, look at that breaking through the VWAP. It sort of was hanging around the VWAP area for a while, and then finally, right there at 11:30, broke down through it. And I'm not saying it was smooth, but certainly would have given us not a bad little short. Well, here's another one just soaring higher. Go Daddy. GDY guy. Not an earnings play. The end of the month, April 30th. So next week, it is an earnings play next week. Boy, guys, Unity just keeps making new highs. Is it coming into anything that could stop it? Well, the next high looking left. Okay, that's still far enough away. It's about $1 away. I'm talking about the U. Are we topping out yet for Unity U? Yeah, I mean, it's one of the hardest things to do. Well, I find it anyway. To try to figure out if something topped out or something bottomed out. Try to do this just to give you an idea of what this is looking for. There's two strategies in here. Let's take a look at the potential toppers and configure. I'll show you what the configuration is. So it's looking for stocks that are making new highs. I don't remember why I picked filtered. Doesn't really matter. Or a 5 minute low. Rarely is it a 5 minute low that gets triggered, but okay. So this is my price range. Just give me one moment. So this is my price range between $1 and $100. The volume has to be at least 500,000 shares. So on a 5 minute chart, stock has to be up at least five candles in a row. Okay, when you get the alert, it has to be above the VWAP. Of course, it is here. The RSI is at least 78. So you can see what we're trying to do here. We're trying to show stocks that are perhaps what a lot of people might consider overbought. Okay, using these five candles in a row above the VWAP, RSI at least 78. And then this is just a hack. The earnings per share that I'm using here, EPS, just so I don't see ETFs. Okay, this is a lot because only stocks have EPS, earnings per share. So I use this filter. It's just sort of to trick it into only seeing stocks as opposed to ETFs, etc. If you don't care about seeing ETFs, you can take that out. And then I like to see it start not right off the bat, but after 15 minutes. That's what that time of day filter does. It delays any alerts until 15 minutes after the market opens. So that's what it's looking for. Okay. And you can see that, I mean, we had a bunch of alerts here starting at, for you, 25.56, but, it's kept moving, inching its way up. And then the reverse, that's what it is. It's just the reverse. If I look at I don't know what you mean. Does pop mean a pop? No, no. It could mean, but I don't. If I said it, I didn't say it popped over the VWAP. I said it's over the VWAP. If you're talking about what I was just explaining. So this one, the bouncers now, is just a complete reversal of that. Now I'm looking for stocks making new lows. I don't think I should get rid of these. I don't think I've ever seen a 5 minute high or a 2 minute hammer as one of the alerts. But you can see now, all I've done is I flip what can be flipped. So what do I mean by that? So I cannot flip a price range, cannot flip 500,000 like a volume, but now the stock has to be down at least 5 candles in a row, 5 minute candles in a row. Has to be down, it has to be underneath the VWAP, and the RSI cannot be more than 22. Just the complete reversal of the other one. Okay. So when you look at CMCSA, that was the time of the alert. That's the last alert we had in this, 118. That's the last alert that we had in this particular scan. I'm not saying that was not the only one all day, of course, but that was the last time any stock met the filter requirements, and it was 118. So we're talking 158 now, 40 minutes, 40 minutes ago. Whereas this one is continuing to, and then the GoDaddy, you see the same thing. You can see a lot of people look at this and go, wow, that's way extended. So you could take these, but of course you can always adjust the filter values at different price range, maybe different RSIs. I mean, it's completely up to you, of course. Here's a new one that just came in. Now, this could have been in earlier, but here's so is this oversold? I don't know. I mean, we don't know. All we're doing is we get the alert. All right. So again, is this a bounce? Is this going to bounce? I'd be looking maybe here at the weekly chart. So, we're getting close to 26. So understand these are just alerts. That doesn't mean if you took this, you can have this, anybody can have this scan from me, adjust it to your price range, or you want to keep it the way it is. But when you get the alert, it doesn't mean you just take the trade. It just means it's alerting you that all your filters have been met. Now you can start looking at it and figuring out perhaps, is this something that is really something you want to take as a bounce? So if you were to take this as an example, if you really thought, you know what, I think this is going to start bouncing. So you take it at 26, 27. The low of that bar right there is about 26.20. So maybe you put a stop just underneath that, maybe 7 or 8 cent stop, and you take the trade and you see if it works. You'll know pretty quickly if it's going to work, okay? And you'll be taken out if it at what I would, well, how many shares you take, of course, but it's a way to look at these. Now, the thing is, though, that if it's got news, in this case, it's an earnings play. You might have to factor that into it, factoring because I mean it's obviously not a good earnings play. It's only down 2.5%. It's not like it's got crushed or anything, but But if it has news, either an earnings play or some bad news, and that's the reason it's going down, you probably should take that into account. Oh man, look at that AIP now. All right, guys, it's 2:02. So if there are no more questions, and Obi, you haven't answered, so I'm going to assume you don't want to keep the room open. That's fine. Um, so I'm going to shut down now, guys, completely. I don't see any questions. If you have a question, I will answer it, but I don't see any questions. Okay, no questions. Okay, well, I guess that's it for the week, guys. Thanks for all the help all week long. I'm going to shut down the YouTube stream right now.